Hello? Hello, hello? Hello? Let me just sort the camera out. Every single time we come in here, we have to do this silly little light thing. Don't ask me. Honestly, Elgato cameras are very good. Except for that one little thing that one has to do. Hello everyone, happy Wednesday. We're a day early. Because I want to build this team. Oh, busy day, huh? New champion. Getting the last few masteries for our dear Elva Autumnborn here. Ronda the Rowdy. Is it Thursday there, is it? Sorry, it's like 8 PM Wednesday here. I knew there was a free login champion coming, basically. In 6.22, the recent update with all the new champions, they added the object that shows a new login champion is coming. But that's all I knew. I didn't know what it was going to be. I didn't know. I knew it would be a new champion, but I didn't know what anything was. I had no portraits, I had nothing. Should I save my resources for Ronda or build out Stultus as planned? I wouldn't be building Ronda necessarily. Stultus is better than Ronda by a mile. Jeff Goldblum from Login Champion, right? I love those Jeff Goldblum adverts. To be honest, the advert for Ronda was pretty cool. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was really good. I thought it was really well done. My reaction / response / opinion of Ronda will be coming out tomorrow. I did record it today, but I wanted it to get it edited out properly, so it's going to come out tomorrow. I'll obviously give you my opinion tonight. But for a full kind of reaction, tomorrow is the video it's coming out for. It's nice that we're getting Savage gear though, right? Instead of the silly accuracy gear. Something useful maybe. Yeah, there's like a 1 minute advert. Let me find it for you. I think Hellhades did a video earlier on it, but hang on, I'll find it for you now. It's funny. Where is it? Ronda. There you go. I have no idea why they've chosen her, particularly. She does attract a bit of... She's not... I would say she has more media exposure than anyone they've ever done before. Certainly bigger media exposure than Simple and Ninja. Although Ninja's quite big in the media, he's more of a gaming community. This is the first time they've kind of probably gone outside of the gaming sphere. Hey, it's Stab Hope. Welcome. Maybe she could be a fan of the game. I mean, obviously, it's an interesting decision to pick her, I guess. I know there's some controversies around her. Obviously, she's in WWE, MMA fighter. Your opinions on that kind of sphere is different. For me, it's not my scene. I'm not a big thing into it. I'm not a massive fan of boxing or MMA or anything like that. I think it's a bit archaic for me. But it's cool that we're getting sort of... that they're still looking to branch out, expand the game. It means the game is still very much alive and the people in charge of the game think it's still very much alive. That's a positive. She's a big gamer, she. I heard she plays a lot of WoW with someone. I can't remember who. I heard she plays a lot of WoW. I do not want to buy this bit. Cat, what are you doing? Get out of there. Ronda. I actually prefer this second skin here. I think this skin is much better than the first one, personally. I find this a better skin. I don't know why she suddenly manifests a sword, though. I'll be honest. It's like that someone in Plarium just decided we had to have a sword in there somehow. She doesn't have it in the classic one. And they've done a pretty good job at like matching her visuals. I think it looks very similar to her in real life compared to, you know, our dear friend down in the samurai. Where is he? Like, what the hell is that face? I don't know what they did there. But compared to him, I think they've done a pretty good job with her. She looks very similar. Do you have any? Do you have idea how to build Elva? Yes. Probably not the way you would build her normally, but for my lacuna's logging short. We'll be doing an Elva build today, but it's probably going to be very like glass cannon. It's not how I'd normally do it. Yeah, I mean they've nailed her basically her artwork and styling, right? It's pretty good. It's cool. They've nailed her like posing like as an MMA fighter. That's pretty cool. Yeah, exactly, Corey. They've nailed her visuals. Now, in terms of her kit, I actually think it's a bit poor. Sorry, I have a cat in my face trying to get in the tub. You've eaten all the treats. We've got to bribe the cat a second. Some more of these? I'm probably, yes, same as Ultimate Death Knight. My opinion is very much akin to Ultimate Death Knight. I agree. I don't really understand why they picked her specifically. It's a bit weird. It's a bit odd. But hey, you know. Thematically, it's cool, I guess. Bit of a fighter, bit of a brawler. I don't really know why she's in the Bannerlords. I agree. She should probably be in, like, the Barbarians, I guess. The Barbarians are more like fighters, if you think of who we've got in here. But I guess the Barbarians are a little bit more, like, Sandswept. You could probably have her in the Sacred Order a bit. But I guess they're a little bit more... I don't know. Maybe she does fit. Maybe she does fit the Bannerlords best. So I have a full reaction coming out tomorrow, but the TLDR of that reaction is I think she doesn't have enough utility to warrant you 6-starring her instantly. And because you don't 6-star her instantly, she doesn't really give you more than what Kale can give you to get you through arena progression. Which means, do you ever even find her that useful? It comes down to me for being like, she's a legendary champion, which means she requires legendary books. So if she requires legendary books, and you're investing legendary books in an earlier or mid-game account, you kind of want your first investment to be very valuable to your account. And this champion doesn't do anything other than deal damage. And when you get to the high end of meta, she doesn't deal enough damage. That's it, last one. You're not getting another one, you little pig. You done? Do you want this? You're done. Okay. Put it away, yeah? Show the cat. I don't know if I can. Hang on. There's the cat. Just chilling. What are you doing? Huh? Just casually chilling on the corner of the desk. I don't know. Oh, you've messed the camera up now. Are you going to... Oh, right, she's going to a donut bed now. There you go. Off she goes. Wandering. She doesn't need the books, no. But if you don't book her, then it's like a 5-turn cooldown and a 4-turn cooldown. It's a long cooldown, right? You know? I mean, if we're talking damage numbers... These are the damage numbers, right? So if we're comparing it, so like, as a decision when you first start the game, you're probably going, do I 6-star her before anyone else? Well, if we have a look at the starters, and then Aethel. So if we have a look at the starter champions, yeah, her multipliers are quite good, right? They're not bad. If we look in terms of... So the general damage here is on around about 2,500. Let me see if I can make this a bit bigger. Anyway, it's a bit better to see. So yeah, so if you look at her damage number, so her A2 is her strongest ability, obviously being single target. The A3 is pretty good at 30,000, but she's only a single AoE, right? So if we look at the AoE, yeah, it's a fairly big chunk when you book it. If you didn't book it, it's around about the same thing, right? There's not much more of an improvement over, say, an Elhane or a Kayle. Now, keep in mind with Kayle, he has poisons. That helps you in Clan Boss. Elhane has got 2 AoEs. Ronda's only got 1. The passive that Ronda has isn't going to be as good as you think it's going to be. So you're kind of like, okay, that's cool. The A2, she hits really hard. Cool. But it's kind of like, does she bring anything that you would want over anyone else? That's my concern. And when you look at it, she's got no decreased defense, she's got no decreased attack, no increased speed, no decreased turn meter, no hard crowd control. She's got no speed aura. She's got no like weaken. There's no increased attack on here, increased crit rate. There's nothing in her kit other than kill something. So... And this passive, by the way, is coded like Cardiel. So even though it doesn't say it, you will only be able to activate this once per turn. So you can't just have a really slow Ronda and keep activating in your corner. This will happen once. And then you have to get a turn before it'll happen again. It's not an Ultimate Death Knight counter, guys. She's magic. Ultimate Death Knight is force. So even if she gets this ability, she's got to hope she doesn't weak hit before she lands that. And then even if she weak hits that, well, she might get it, I guess, if she doesn't weak hit it. And then you might kill him. Cool. I don't know. I think if you weak hit this, then he's still going to be a problem. And trying to deal damage. All of that damage I just showed you is if she's in optimal. So that's including the extra hit on the A1. That's including the extra damage if she has more than HP. That's including all this ignore defense. And it's actually calculated as if she had Savage and Cruel on already. Isn't that passive a place? Doesn't matter. It has to attack. It's conditional, right? So place is a misleading word that we kind of... It's something that content creators have done a bit of a bad thing for the community on, because we've kind of said placing equals you can do it on weak hit. Place is just a generic word. The only way that works on weak hit is if the debuff happens either before or after. Now, interestingly... Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so actually, no, sorry. Yeah, you're right. I take it back a little bit. I misread that. So she's going to place the block passive debuffs before attacking. Okay, so it's cool that she disables his passives, but does that really stop the... I don't really know. It doesn't stop block debuffs, so what if I just put my Ultimate Death Knight in immunity? Or untouchable? What if I put him in Stone Skin? What if I put him in anything else? So, you know, Ultimate Death Knight is always in Stone Skin. And it's a 4-turn cooldown. And then she'll weak hit. Thanks, Paul. I'm glad my videos work for you. Exactly. Alexi, this is my point, right? If they released her as like a spirit champion, I think both myself and Short on Skills will probably be sitting there going, okay, that's not so bad, because in the early game, now you've got an actual viable DPS option to deal with Ultimate Death Knight. So the problem you've got is, because she's magic, she doesn't deal with Ultimate Death Knight, so she doesn't really provide a solution to that. One use I've seen some people say that we were talking in clan about is basically targeting the Mithrala. So if you can pick on a Mithrala that doesn't have sort of untouchable / stone skin, then obviously you can disable this passive without requiring accuracy, and then Mithrala becomes less of an issue. But you might just end up finding more and more people start pushing Mithrala towards untouchable, because to be honest, they're doing it anyway due to the fact that there's so many crowd control artifact sets being used in different places, and that obviously doesn't require accuracy. So whether or not that actually has a big difference is another thing. And the other thing is, it can't be resisted, but it can be blocked. So you're not going to get this on a Necrat because he's got block debuffs. You're not going to get this on anyone who's got untouchable. So it's like Ailil all over again, right? Ailil would be great if he ignored all of Necrat's effects, but he only ignores some of it, which means Ailil is useless. Warlord counter as well? Well, you've got to go first. That's the problem. Yeah, so basically, to clarify, guys, this is only once per turn. As far as I can tell, it's coded exactly the same way as Cardiel's passive, which is different to the way that Michinaki is coded. Michinaki is coded differently. Michinaki's passive, down here, this is coded as an actual separate, so it's coded as a skill, whereas Cardiel and Ronda's passives are actually coded as a trigger effect. So they have a passive that triggers her passive, which means that it's slightly different. This will probably only happen once. Ailil might get a buff. Exactly, Daemon is... that's a good point. It's been in untouchable. If your Mithrala's in untouchable, this doesn't do anything. I think, actually, all they had to do was make the A1 do either decrease defense or decrease attack. Then she's useful. But the problem is, you wouldn't... Like, she does a lot of damage in Clan Boss. The way I estimated it, if you had, say, 30 turns in Clan Boss, and you had 4 allies, and all of the attacks the allies did all attacked, because this won't work if the ally doesn't actually hit the boss. If you had them all hitting the boss on 30 turns, you had around about 120 attack actions possible. Then you multiply that by 15%. She's got around about 18 on average, 18 procs of this, with the damage of this on, say, a 4,500 attack with about 200% crit damage. This passive does around about 2 million damage. But on the same effects, if you had a Kayle in your team instead, going 30 turns, you'd have about 8 A3s off. A3 does 4 times at random, has a 50% chance of placing a 5% poison for 2 turns. So on average, you're going to get 16 2-turn 5% poisons out. So that works out around about 1.8 million. So if we're comparing that passive to Kayle's poison effectiveness, excluding Kayle's A1 potential, they're kind of the same. So can you actually justify starting with this as your starter champion instead of Kayle, when all she does is damage, and Kayle you can build tanky and still do the same amount of damage? That's what you've got to remember. If you want to use her in Clan Boss early, you're going to need the attack. Well, if you build attack, she's squishy, which means she is going to die quicker in Clan Boss. So because she doesn't bring a decreased defense, decreased attack, there's no ally protection, there's no increased speed, there's no increased turn meter, increased crit rate, increased attack, increased defense. She kind of is a bit one-dimensional. HP burn, exactly. If we had a HP burn even, it wouldn't be so bad. She will knock down the Fire Knight shield pretty good. But again, she has no turn meter control. So once you get the shield down, that's great and all. But now you need to basically double down on turn meter elsewhere. You could run Armigers, fine. I think she's pretty good for Fire Knight. I think we've rated her quite highly for Fire Knight on the website. I actually think as a starter champion, she's okay. I just don't think she's 60 worthy early on. And then you enter into the realm of, do you actually need her? Because Kayle will do the job that she can do up until Gold 5 comfortably. So you think you can spread the debuffs here? Yeah, could do. The other thing to note, Ramantu can't get in the arena meta right now. So if a AoE full cleanse block passive skills can't get in the arena meta, then a single target irresistible block passive skills that doesn't cleanse is definitely not getting in the arena meta. So So the only thing to note, guys, is the way that the schedule is going to work. So 7 days, right? And this is very important for people who do clan versus clan. The Ronda chase is 7 days, but it starts today. This will basically mean if you open the game before clan versus clan starts on Tuesday, you will pull this champion early. So if you want the 30,000 points for clan versus clan, make sure you don't open the game until after clan versus clan opens. That's important because the schedule, if you collect this daily now, will mean that you will get her on the reset of clan versus clan start. So you need to make sure that's important. True, Wilker, you're right, but at the same time, if you don't have to spend 30,000 points to get your clan to tier 5, got to remember, tier 5 is 5.4 million. If everyone adds 30,000 from the new champion, then you can all save a bunch of resources for the next personal. And also, don't assume that it won't be a back-to-back personal. They've done it before, they could do it again, especially if there's a free champion in the mix. 10 AM UK time, yes. 10 AM UK time is when it starts. Reset for us is midnight, so it's 10 hours before. Is it not resistably coded the same as Astrolith where you don't need accuracy to spread debuffs with a Vizier? I would imagine it could be cool. Don't you need accuracy though for Vizier to spread? Like Vizier needs the accuracy, right? I've never tried that strategy. Okay, so it could work. Let me check how Astrolith is coded. Hang on. Apply mode 0. Okay. Right. Okay, let me take a screenshot of that. So I'm just checking the code to see how it compares to Astrolith's bombs. She's one of those champions where she's got lots of different effects. I need that one. Type, exclusive, praises, 3, account 1, stat count 1, status, multiplier, resistor formula. It looks like it's coded the same way. So I would say cool, it's entirely plausible that it's possible. It does matter, Daniel. The reason why it matters is affinity. If she was void, it wouldn't matter, right? So a few people have actually mentioned this, where they've said, oh, it's going to be really annoying that this guy now doesn't place it before then attacks them. But actually, it doesn't matter for Bellinor because there is no scenario, so long as you have enough accuracy and you avoid the 3%, where he doesn't already place this because he's void. He can't weak hit. Unless, of course, it is Poison Cloud. Poison Cloud is the only exception here. Which, okay, it could be a big issue if you're in Hydra, I guess, fine. But generally speaking, it is not that much of a problem if he places it whilst he's attacking because he's void. However, if you're a champion that isn't void and your abilities are tied to your damaging component, if you weak hit, the debuffs don't go on. So this guarantees you always block the passive. Always apply that. As long as you have the ability to not weak hit, well, actually, it doesn't really matter even if she weak hits. She will always put this on. The only time this doesn't go on is if the champion is immune, which there aren't any for block passive skills, or if they have some sort of block debuffs, or they're Riho, Bone Spear, or Yumiko, where they can send it back to you, or they're in deflection. So if none of those are happening, or they've got Stone Skin, of course. So if they've got something to block the debuff or send it back to you, it won't go on. Otherwise, it will always go on. Whereas the second one can only go on after attacking, which means this won't apply if you weak hit, where this will always apply. So it is actually important to know that difference. I didn't catch the before bit. It makes a big difference. I'm a bit sad. I went for a quiz and no Legos at all. Oof. That hurts Ian. Really does. It's not that I don't trust chat, sure. I need to check that it's coded exactly the same way. As in, Astralis bombs are coded the same way as Ronda's was coded the same way, which it is. That's why I had to check this. Because I watched Michinaki's video on YST and Scratch's videos, and I noticed that Michinaki could permanently attack, but Cardiel couldn't. And someone in Discord was asking, is it like Cardiel, or is it like Michinaki? And it's actually like Cardiel, so it's important to double check these things. Do you think Skuranis could be good enough for Hydra? Well, I actually think he's very interesting, this champion. I've got him, and I'm going to be building him out to test him out. Because as someone pointed out, I actually thought the turn meter was kind of bad, because I'm like, you want to keep the turn meter off, and the counterattack doesn't make sense. But as someone pointed out to me, because he's got counterattack, and this effect here has a 20% chance of placing a stun debuff for one turn if the target's fully depleted by this skill. Well, he's going to take a turn. He's going to try and steal turn meter. He's going to have no turn meter, so he has a 30% chance to stun when anyone ever attacks him. So it could be quite strong. I don't really know whether that's enough chance. It's pretty weak. But I like the 100% provoke into counterattacking. That's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I also like the fact he decreases the duration. The one way to get around Polymorph, it's the only way that I know to get around Polymorph, is you can decrease buff duration. That's a good way to get around it. People like Harvest Jack, very good option. Skuramis is another good option here. He'll decrease the duration, and then he gets turn meter. So if you imagine he can, say, decrease the turn meter of 5 enemy buffs per champion on a 4 enemy team, that's like 20. He's going to get 200% turn meter. It's basically an extra turn on a 3-turn cooldown. So you can get back to this provoke really quickly. I think he has potential. I don't know whether it actually will result in usefulness, but it has potential. Isn't Andresia maybe insane for Arena? What does she do again? Yeah, she could do it. 3-turn, decrease the duration, decent base accuracy. Yeah, she could be really good as well. She's meant to be a bit of a budget neck rep, but she's like a really budget neck rep because of this. She has to take a turn first. But that could be potentially interesting. I prefer his more purely because he gets a lot of turn meter back, which means you can potentially get back around to your provoke quicker, and means you can get back around to things. He also places decreased attack on a pretty good chance. So that's why I prefer him, purely because he's got this counterattack. Maybe a protection set, high accuracy build. Be interesting. That is her problem. Necret doesn't need to take a turn, she does. If this worked where she didn't need to take a turn, then it would be really good, I think. You know, she's not nowhere near as strong as Necret. She doesn't do, like, block debuffs. There's no strength and there's no shield on the target. But at least you, like, can protect a damage dealer for 2 turns of ally protection. It's pretty strong. Right, anyway. So that's my thought. I'll have a full video going out tomorrow on Ronda, my opinion of her and why I think maybe she's a bit of a bait. And I'm sure it'll make everyone upset again. And all this kind of stuff, you know. I did actually record a response to the Ultimate Death Knight video where I had a lot of people saying I had a bad take. And actually, I still think I'm right about Ultimate Death Knight. Because, to be honest, if I looked in 3v3 Arena, I'm in Gold 1 right now. I'm not really seeing that many Ultimate Death Knights. I see the odd one. There's one there. There's the odd one. But it's not like it's high Arena meta viable. Like, if I go into the top players here, I doubt there's even one in the top 50. In Plat Arena right now. Oh, there's one there. Probably because he's just trying to be annoying. With sheep. There's a few. Like, they're being, like, sporadically placed. But I'd imagine if you ever get close to reset, there's no Ultimate Death Knights. And my point with Ultimate Death Knight was for a new player, invest in that many legendary books on a champion that is basically a decreased attack champion was not a good idea. And I still think I'm right about Ultimate Death Knight. Yeah, I mean, yes, he can go into your teams, right? He's going to be a decent carry, but it's not like he's not doing anything that Tyrell can't do. Like, Stag Knight is a way better champion than him. Yeah, you use him on offense. I'm not saying he's not good into certain niche picks, but you wouldn't use him unless there's a Rotus or Candy out. There's just no point. You use him in Hydra as a tank. See, I think he's really bad for a tank in Hydra. You were inspired by Kyoku push. You're trying for Beck. How are you doing? I've nearly got the legendary book, but as you can see in my tournament... Oh, I need to change the title. I keep forgetting the title. I always forget to change the title. Yeah, you can use him on offense without books. I'm not disputing. I always said in that video, and I said quite clearly in that video, he will be the death of defense Rotus if you use him a lot. And I always said he was very good at that. What I'm saying is, for a new player, it wasn't worth that much of an investment because he doesn't do anything special for a new player. My leader's at 53,000. I'm glad I didn't even go for that. Totally pointless. So mine was based on basically two things. One, the fact that this shield was nowhere near as strong as other people without the increased defense buff. And compared to other defense buff shields, it was nowhere near. I felt like this only working for single target meant that for most PvE content, this was irrelevant because most bosses do AoE. This only working for legendary champions is a bit like annoying. And this only being a standard fit was annoying. And you needed the books to make this 100% decrease attack, otherwise it wasn't useful. And I was sitting there going, well, a lot of people started a new account with this old fellow. 100% chance here, pretty much. Each hit has a 50% chance. He attacks 2 times. He's always going to place that decreased defense. AoE decrease. He's got AoE decrease defense, single target decrease attack. We have champions like Stag Knight that can do a decent job of AoE decrease attack. We've got Duke. I mean, if we look at just some of the champions that can do AoE decrease attack, it's just, I was sitting there thinking, I don't think booking him was worth it. Using him as a counter to Rotus, fine. Making him an annoying meme team, fine. But that was my argument, and I know a lot of people disagreed with me, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I did actually record a response to it, backing up my claims, and I kind of never released it because I just felt like I was, I don't know, I was almost like making an oration to the team and to people on points that I think I wouldn't have been able to change anyone's mind anyway. So. Well, Renish, the reason why I was saying it, at the time when Ultimate Death Knight came out, we still had the link sharing thing, so you could actually start an account with both Rector Drath and Tyrell as starter champions. Like the account that I have that I'll eventually play free to play on, or like low spender on, has all those champions at the start. So no, I've got like some Southern Roots playlist on today, Wilker. I do love a little bit of bluegrass every now and then. Yeah, they are gonna, like, I was saying that in the video. I've actually said it's good that it's actually damaging gear for the damaging champion. And it's also good that the 6-star gear is all like the percentage ones, like chest, gloves, and boots. But you can imagine the pain if it's going to flat stat roll, right? I think I've already sold my 5-star gear. So yeah, tomorrow I'll have the video coming out where I'll talk my full reaction to Ronda. I don't think she's the worst one. I think she's much better than someone like Alexander. It's just in terms of, you know, utility-wise, I guess. But even Alexander, I suppose you've got to put into context. At least he did have an AoE decreased defense on a 3-turn cooldown. The problem is you could just run War Maiden for that. And he does hit hard as well. You know, you had a freeze there. So at least he brought utility. She just brings killing someone. And that's about it. Will NECC be able to test Ronda or have to wait until... I have no idea, Stephen. I don't know if they'll add it to the test server. They might do. I'm not in the program, so I couldn't tell you. So, right, let's get to the main reason why we're all here. Well, why I'm here tonight. We have done some optimizations on the old team. Let's go with that. We have come to the realization that Relentless Turvold is not possible. Let me turn this down a bit. Relentless Turvold is not possible. How would I build it if I was building it for general content? I would build it somewhat similar to the way that I would build a Duchess, which would be something like this build. Doesn't have to be Swift Parry. I think there are better sets now. This is a bit dated. Around about 250 speed, decent defense, lots of HP, and some resist if you want it. Like, I just got 500 resist because I've got 500 resist. It's probably a waste now, to be honest. I haven't rebuilt my Duchess in about a year, probably. That's how I would build her, right? She's designed to be tanky. You want her to take turns. The thing about Elva is going to be... Where is she? The more turns she takes, the more healing she's going to do. The more turns she takes, the more veil she's going to put out. The more turns she takes, the more continuous heal she's going to do. So you kind of want her to be fast to do that. Sure, I think we realized this was the team for Spirit, right? I think what we said for Spirit when we were talking, I would just have Skrunk built differently and keep a low damage Turvold. The only thing I haven't figured out is the Nightmare build. So if you want to have a bash at trying to figure out Nightmare for me, that would be great. Because I haven't figured out how to set up Nightmare at all on this team yet. It could be I have to run this guy Nightmare. And then... Yeah, there you go. Actually, it's fine. So the team we're going to be building... This one we're not building here. That one's going away. Let me check. I'm just checking things here. Spirit, cool. Nightmare. I think we needed a 1 turn delay here. Demitha, cool. Normal. Yeah, I think when we were talking short, I basically realized I can just run the DPS faster, but if I run Skrank, I don't need to swap around a lot. That was my plan. Hey Ivory, how you doing? Welcome along. Welcome. Yeah, so this is where we're going to get to, Mark. You're jumping ahead of the queue. Firstly, so what I discovered, let me just TLDR. This is actually quite useful information for people who don't understand the way teamwork... not so much don't understand, who are new to speed tunes. That's a more appropriate way to say it. Relentless, when it comes to teams that depend upon speed buff, is normally a problem. Because in this team here, our speed buff is being supplied by Elva Autumnborn, right? So let me just minimize this a second. Zoom this in. So when we're looking at this first AoE column here, we can see that the speed buff is going on by Elva. It's being extended by Demitha with her A2 here. Now, the speed buff is very important because it adds a tremendous amount of speed. You can think of a speed buff as 30% more turn meter, tick rate. Turn meter works similarly, you're just doing it in a burst, right? So, Turvold here doesn't have speed buff, and it's built as if he's never going to get speed buff. But it's not a problem if he gets a speed buff, so long as he doesn't jump ahead in the queue, right? So when we're looking at this, if you've ever used Dead with Jedi's calculator, you can click on a specific champion, and it will tell you where everyone's turn meter is at the point of taking a turn. Fundamentals of turn meter, the first to 100 gets their turn, and then if there are multiple champions at 100, the champion with the most turn meter over 100 is the one that takes the turn, right? That's how we can force tiebreakers. That's how we can get into a 2-1 and a 3-1 ratio with different things, because we're basically making one champion go a little bit faster than the clan boss and then forcing them to jump ahead in terms of the tiebreaker. So when Turvold takes a turn here, he's got 110 turn meter. He is first. Nobody else is at 100, so he's going to take his turn. If he extra turns there, then he's going to do different things. So let's just look at the turn meter if he's going to not extra turn, right? He's going to run. He's going to tick for 17 because every time a new champion takes a turn, everyone reticks. So even though Ruella hasn't taken it, is not ready to take a turn here, she's going to take a tick here. You know, everyone else takes a turn. Now, just because Elva has reached 100 turn meter, she doesn't stop filling a turn meter bar. Ruella will take a turn, and then Elva will take a turn. You can see she's filled it again. Every time someone takes a turn, everyone in your team and the enemy team increases their turn meter. They take a tick. What I mean by tick is basically the individual turn meter fill for every time a champion fills their turn meter bar. A turn meter bar is a fixed value. You can divide that with their speed, and that's their tick rate. So when we're looking at Turvold here, he goes 110, then Ruella's going to take a turn at 120. Turvold fills it 17. Elva's going to take her turn next. He's at 34. Then we can see Seeker's ready to take his turn because he's there. Great. Now Demitha's going to take a turn. Awesome. Then we get to Turvold again. He hits 100. It's his turn. So we can run Relentless in this first rotation here, so long as this order remains the same before Turvold takes another turn. So we know, based on this first one, that he's ticking at 17 when he doesn't have a speed buff. When he does have a speed buff, which Elva replaces here, we can work this out. So he's going 17, 17, right? If we look down here, he's got a speed buff here. So he's adding 22 with a speed buff. So if we assume he takes an extra turn here, he's going to A2 and give himself speed buff. So for the next time he takes a turn, he's going to have speed buff. So instead of sort of 17 plus 17 plus 22 plus 22, then a turn, he's going to go 22 plus 22 plus 22 plus 22 plus 22. So instead of 100 being here, he will be on 110. Now, as the reason why it would work on this turn is because he's never going to catch up with Demitha. He's way off her. So Demitha always goes first there. He's never going to catch up with Seeker. He's 100 behind near enough. So Seeker's always going to take his turn there. Never going to catch up with Elva. Never going to catch up with Ruella. So that would be fine. The problem why it doesn't work here is if he A2s, he reapplies his increased speed buff. That's fine. If he extra turns on this A1, he's going to run out of speed buff before Demitha can re-extend it. Which means from this turn here, all the way through to his next turn, he's running at 17 tick rate, not 22. And he doesn't have enough tick rate to be able to beat the tiebreaker here. He will end up at around about 142, not 146. So it means we can't run Relentless because if he procs the Relentless turn after his A2, he won't stay in tune. I know that sounds very complicated. Did everyone follow me there? Any questions? Did that make sense? A bit of a speed lesson, I suppose, for you there. Sort of. I need to do a proper video on speed tuning, but I need to do over 3 series. The key thing to remember is what you're looking at is how quickly a champion is filling their turn meter bar. And that's how you determine which champions go in order. Now, Seeker here is important, right? Why is Seeker so valuable to a 2-1 ratio? It's because he fills so much turn meter and he does it on an extra turn. So effectively, you can get a 2-turn 30% turn meter fill. So we can see here at Demitha right now, or at Seeker, if Seeker wasn't a turn meter fill, the clan boss is going to take a turn. But because we can fill 30% turn meter, Turvold overtakes the clan boss. And because Turvold is faster than the clan boss, he then goes first. And then because Ruella is faster than the clan boss, he goes first. That's how you can force the clan boss to take a lot longer to take his turn, because effectively Seeker enables that. It's why you find Seeker in almost all of the major 2-1 teams, because he is a 2-turn 30% fill. It's very dominant. He ends his turn with 2 turns on his speed buff, so with an extra turn, you still have a 1 buff. No, so he'll place it 2 turns here, then it's on a 1-turn cooldown when we take this A1. If he was to take another turn, it expires after the A1. Whereas down here, the reason why it's showing as still active is because it's been re-extended for another turn by Demitha's A2. So it's still at 2 turns here, so he can take another turn. That's why it won't work at this particular range for Relentless. It will fail. Let's not get into spirit ratios. Can you use Ninja? Well, you can probably use Ninja here. The only thing you need to be careful of with Ninja Mullet Reaver is the A1. As you know, if he weak hits on the A1, it's not a problem. But again, you could get around that because if he doesn't get his turn meter fill, so long as he doesn't require the turn meter fill. You can make it work, right? Alvarez scored. Yes. Did Alvarez score? He's been in my dream team all week. All since the start of the tournament. And I've been like, Alvarez will score. He doubles the lead. How many goals? Who scored? McAllister and Alvarez. Yes. Does that put Argentina through? Sorry, we're just checking the football a second, guys. Does that put Argentina through as group leaders? Poland through as... Ooh, Poland scraped through. Oh, poor Mexico lost. That's a shame. I wonder if the King of Saudi Arabia is going to be withholding the Rolls Royce all of a sudden. Yeah, I didn't catch your joke, Mullet Reaver, and then I saw it was you, and then I realized you probably knew what you were talking about. Does Turvold do more damage than Jintoro on Clan Boss? No, unless you can always get 10 buffs up. If you can get 10 buffs up on Turvold, then yes. Otherwise, no. I think in this team, he beats Jintoro because you can see how many buffs he's getting. Yeah, Zero, I can understand why you're frustrated. Queen Elva times Lord Sam. Hey, YST. YST's in the house. How's it going? What have you been doing lately? What do you think about Ronda the Rowdy? I haven't caught your video yet. She is actually in the code, funny enough. Her tagline in the code was actually Ronda the Rowdy. But they didn't release the Rowdy part in her name, which I thought was quite funny. Wait a minute, that Turvold is getting one too many turns. He is going faster than mine. I run him at 186. Right. What's your question mark? So, what changes now that we've got Elva? I love how she's come to the game as a UFC fan myself, but they didn't give her the famous arm lock move. Or maybe they did on the A1. What's the arm lock move? I don't really know that. Maybe they've done it on another skill. Yes, I know who Ronda is. Yeah. I'm aware of who Ronda is. I don't necessarily watch a lot of boxing or things, but I saw the news when she joined the WWE. She's a pretty big figure. It was a big, huge thing that she joined the WWE. So... Elva's passive healing the allies on their turn won't be any problem, right? Because of the block damage. Yeah, I'll be at full HP the whole time. What's really cool about her passive, though, is she's going to veil my lowest HP, which I need to make Turvold. Now, I knew who she was. I was a bit like, okay, fine, I get it. I knew it as soon as I saw her, and it did make sense when we knew, it was revealed that she's an arena fighter. It makes more sense now. You need to check my calculator. Did I figure out a new tune? This is the tune that I'm running, Mark. So, now that we've got Elva, what changes is the stun targeting. In my last team, I had so many problems with stun targeting. Now we don't have a problem. We're going to get block debuffs up on everyone except Turvold. I think, pretty much throughout this. So, Turvold doesn't have block debuffs. We don't want Turvold ever taking a stun, because he won't have block debuffs up. But we can have it on Ruella all the time. We can have it on Elva Autumnborn. We can have it on Demitha. And we can also have it on Seeker because he's blocked here. So any of these champions apart from Turvold now can take a stun. So Ruella would be my preferred stun target throughout. And we just got to think of affinities. When would Ruella not take the stun? Well, that's when it's a Force clan boss. But that's fine because we've got both Elva and Seeker who are both protected, both magic. So in almost all situations, we can put Steadfast on Turvold and everything else is fine. Everything else is okay. I will probably take off Steadfast on Seeker so that I can get extra HP on Elva. That's it, Zombieland. You're thinking the same way I am. He's going to get the Veil buff from her passive and he'll get continuous heals from her A1. Hence why I've got so many buffs here. No audio? Are you sure? Can you still hear me? Midnight? can hear me. That's cool. You said her passive worked like Sill's, but it doesn't. What doesn't... Like Sill's? I'm not sure what you mean. Is Elva worth the 20? I think she is, but I agree the price is steep. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't build this Clan Boss team. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have got the 20 if I didn't have this Clan Boss team that I wanted to build. But because I'd already committed to the Ares team, this Elva makes this team so much better. So much better. So, what we want to do is we need to change some masteries up. So we need to make it so that Ruella loses Steadfast and Seeker loses Steadfast. Elva can have Steadfast if we want, doesn't really matter. And we want to put Steadfast on Turvold, because we don't want Turvold ever taking the stun. We don't care about the rest can take a stun. Elva's passive is based on others moving, whereas Sill is based on Sill moving, is what he's saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's okay, though. Basically means... It's actually... I didn't really notice that. That's actually quite cool. So if you have a really, really fast team and a really, really slow Elva, then she's just like a heal bot. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, Mark. I know, right? It's gross. Hello, Mateus. Welcome. You're going to spend the 20 sacreds. Welcome to being part of the problem. But she is a great champion. Like, as much as people are like, oh, 20 is really bad, you got to remember, like, you're getting a Duchess / Siphi quality champion. If your only commitment this year is 20 sacreds and that's what you get out of it, that's a pretty good return. I think it's a little bit higher, but still. I totally didn't catch it was the start of their turn. See, reading is very important, guys. Their turn. That actually makes it quite a big difference into the way you build her, because now you don't need to build her so fast. Granted that you still, you still want this going up. This being 2 turns, by the way, is crazy good for Turvold. Very cool. My thoughts on the free champion. I'm going to do a video tomorrow, Mateus. I spoke about it earlier in the VOD, if you want to catch that on replay. I think she's mid to low average. I wouldn't necessarily prioritize her. Yeah, I know, right? How did I even get a Masters? I can understand why people are upset about the 20, but like I can't sit there and say, oh, I'm taking a stand here and everything, because obviously I was part of the problem, but I can understand why they're upset. Cool. I have a... Hang on. On one of my videos, I added a Google Sheet. You can have it here. It's on one of those tabs. Cool. You got a Halls Ring and a Valk on the way to Elva. Nice. Halls Ring is one I really want. Right, so we need to move some masteries around. Let's do that first. Let's get that done. Masteries-wise, I should have put Steadfast. It doesn't really matter, but the healing would have been nice. Do I put Steadfast on her just to make access to the healing? I think so. Because we don't need to put Steadfast on her. She can take the stun. We're perfectly happy with her taking the stun in almost all situations. So she can take the stun. Oh, well, what I'm saying is we're perfectly happy for Seeker to take the stun, so she doesn't need to take the stun. Yeah, I think that's what people are saying. Like, I've seen some arguments from people who are basically saying, you know, I need to unlock people a second. I've seen a lot of people saying, oh, well, we shouldn't get punished because we're hoarding shards. And I'm like, well, they're not going to give you these things for free. So if you're going to continuously hoard shards, then they're going to increase the price every time. They're not dumb. They're looking at analytics. They're looking at it and going, loads of people have got loads of shards. So we're going to, for a better word, abuse it. We need to basically unlock champions that we're going to be using here. Who else are we unlocking? We'll unlock Seeker. That's cool. I just want to check first before I commit a mastery to Elva's build. Now, the biggest problem we've got with Elva, I don't have any banners. I have literally no banners of any use for this champion. We don't need accuracy, which is good. But, like, I can choose between 9 or 13 speed. I guess I'm going to go with a 13 speed here because... I mean, I wonder if that resistance banner rolls. Let's just see what we get here. I just clicked to count your Turvold. It's actually going 3-1 minus 2. Yeah, my Turvold's going 3-1. Relentless will break my tune, but I think Refresh and Cycle of Magic will be fine. It's actually brutal, these banners. Whoa. Don't cost me lots of silver. Oh, 2 million. I didn't even get the speed. So, yeah, I mean, I guess... we kind of want attack percentage. It's a pretty poor wing. This is going to be the problem right now, is I don't have many good accessories, so I'm going to have to rebuild her almost like after I've built her. Like, counterattack on her. Like, the only thing I have to be careful of, I suppose, is am I going to overfill his turn meter, his buff bar? If I put Short, maybe Short, are you still in the chat by any chance? She can't go Relentless in here, does she? Only the DPS could potentially have gone Relentless and doesn't work. I don't think people are going to hoard the Voids as hard, Doozer. People have been waiting a long time for a guaranteed Sacred ever since the last one, so I think that was the issue. Do you think putting counterattack masteries on Elva here and counterattack like Revenge Gate is a bad idea, considering how full I've almost got this turn meter bar, this buff bar? Is there a potential that he never has enough space for buffs? I feel like it is, as believe it or not. I feel like he could overfill because, you know, if we look here, he's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 buffs already. He's going to have Blood Shield. He's going to be on 9 buffs. It's fuzzy for you. Hang on. Is that better? Is that like 8 or 9? Keeping in mind he's going to have Blood Shield. No, we're just getting to it now, Yanis. I've been slacking. I've been talking. Yeah, so I need to basically avoid Relentless on her, right? I think that's a good idea to avoid Relentless on her. Not Relentless, Revenge, sorry. So we might as well just go, like, crit damage as best we can. With really poor accessories here. Like, I have just no accessories whatsoever. We're going to have to go 5-star. Oh, I need to ascend her. Let me go ascend her quickly. I don't even know if I've got enough potions. Is the magic keep open? Yes. Excellent. Right, while this is going, RSL Helper, go run like 15 magic potions for me. Thank you. Auto refill. Go. No, it's going to add because it's continuous heal. It's going to keep stacking. So that's it. So I think for A1s, I'm going to have to basically not run Revenge on her and hope to God she doesn't get a counterattack, because actually I think I'll overcap it. I mean, I don't even think I should run Lasting Gifts on her either, because I think that's a risk. If she 2 turns to Veil, because as Short is saying, like, Seeker's got a passive. He could put increased defense on him. And what we don't ever want to do is we never want to be in a position where when he A2s, he doesn't have enough space to re-extend them. Like, he's not going to have... I suppose it's okay, right? Because... Is he ever in a position... Might be alright for lasting gifts though, right, Short? Because it's only up here it's going to be a problem, but he's already got the buffs active up here. And if we look at it here, he's already got the buffs active. So it should be okay. I think it'll be alright. Is he worth building for killable clan boss teams or just build him? Ken, he's in some killable clan boss teams as well, Seeker. Seeker is worth building universally, really good. He's great for everything. Hey, general CB question. Can a 2-1 or a 3-1 clan boss champ be created without an extra turn champion like Salad or Seeker, or are they a must? They can be done, but if you do it, you're talking 370, 380 speeds. Yeah, it's here. I'll pin it to chat. Yeah, so the Veil would replace, that's fine. It's the continuous heals I'm worried about. They'll keep adding on. So I think lasting gifts will be okay, but if not, we can test it. While that's running, we'll build something. What I wanted to check here first is, obviously we haven't got great accessories. Like, we have got so few accessories, it's going to be, like, I'm going to have to accept that she's going to need to be rebuilt in the future. Like, I'm not even going to max these accessories, probably. The best attack ring is already on Ruella. I don't think I got a better one. So we're going to go with that one for now. Ideally, I'd want an attack banner, see? But I don't even have a single attack banner in this faction. I need to basically sit in Spider now for the next 3 weeks and try and get some accessories. I think we're going to have to go for this one just for the speed. Because she needs to be 293 speed. We're going to go damage mode on the A1. I'm going to configure we're using all champions except for lock 1. So we're going to start with crit rate with Laura Steele, because I want to see whether or not I want the crit rate buff or not. Boom, boom, boom. It's cool. We take these buffs off. So she needs to be 293. We don't need any accuracy on her. Now, I don't have an awful lot of glyphs, so we're working with what we've got. We don't need this. Let's reset that. We'll do like a 2 if we need it. 5. Let's just see what we get. No, so this calculator is assuming she's going to extend those buffs. So we're getting up to like 9 with the buff extension, so that's fine. I'm not worried about the Demithray 2. What I was worried about is what happens if he adds another continuous heal, or we extend those continuous heals for an extra turn, or the Seeker passive procs. So, with a heal though, since it's at the highest start of his turn, if his heal took a second turn, then he'd potentially be higher HP. No, it's at max HP, so everyone is going to always be at full HP. He's never going to take any damage. So it's fine. Hey, is Turvo really getting the Elva continuous? Everyone will be on full HP, so it'll target the leader spot. No. No, it'll target the person with the lowest max HP. How will Elva be the one with the lowest current HP, Dutchy? Everyone's going to be on 100% HP throughout this entire fight. I think she'll do decent damage in Clan Boss, Shaq. I think Ronda will be okay in Clan Boss. I don't think her passive is as crazy as it sounds. I think it's going to be the same as Cardiel without any of the benefits that Cardiel brings. That's a good build there. What are we getting? So 3,390 attack, 238% crit damage. I probably want to build some DPSs first because I don't want to... I'd probably want my DPSs to be built first. Just so I don't put any of the good gear on her, because I don't really want her to be a high damaging champion. But there's potential that we don't do the masteries. So that's fine, we'll do the masteries after. Lowest current is then the lowest max. Yeah, so I just need to make sure that she's got some decent HP in here, right? That's all I need to make sure. fictions in the house on his actual account rather than stalking me as myself. I'm sure that's how it's going to work. Let me check. Elva. You're making me paranoid now. Attacks. Places a 15% continuous heal on the ally with the lowest HP. Let me check. Yeah, so it's targeting the ally. It's basically 19. Target finder. Lowest ally's current HP. So, if everyone is on max HP and I've got one champion on 10,000 HP, it'll go on her, right? We'll test it now. We'll put her in a team here and we'll just test it. Right, so it shouldn't go on her then, is it? So, it should go on... So I can basically tell it who I want it to go on by basically making sure that Turvold has the lowest HP. Which champion is the current hardest hitting in raid? Do you mean single ability, or do you mean in a specific context? If you want to talk about the single hardest hitting ability in game, it's probably Turvold's A3 when he 5 hits. Like Demitha. Let me check Demitha. Oh, let me just stop RSL help here a second. Right, let's just test this here, right? So if I take out for a second Constantine and we put Elva in. Where is she? She hasn't got any gear at the moment, which is probably a problem, right? Because I don't think she's got any speed. Let me just put some boots on her. Where is Elva? There. We'll probably swap these off after. We just need some speed on her. Right, so if we run her in here a second. Over him. Let's just pull an Elva in. Elva. Not Turvold, Gintoro. Did I say Turvold? I meant Gintoro. Gintoro has the 5 hitter as the hardest hitting. Sorry, I should have said that. My bad. My brain went. I was distracted by something, yeah. Does it show the stats? Right, so the lowest HP right now is Elva on 24,000. So it should go on her. Because we're all on max HP. Stop killing people. So, everyone's on full HP. Nobody's taken any damage. Elva's got the lowest HP. She should get the A1 continuous heal. Oh, it's doing it leader. Well, that's interesting. Oh, well, that's a problem. Why does it do that? Oh, well, that is sucky. Maybe she can't put it on herself? We'll try that now. I bet she will, though. If she's doing that. I don't know why she's doing that. So now it should go on him, because he's lost some HP. Oh, this is going to be annoying if this is the case. Yeah, well, basically, Septimus wasn't on full HP. That's why he got it that time. We'll see if she does it when she's the lead. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So definitely still doing it there. Obviously now she's going to pick people who've got low current HP. Which will be herself, which is fine. The question is, will she still put it on herself if she's in the leader position on full HP, which she's probably going to. Which, if that's the case, really sucks for what my plan was. There's a lot less damage if that's going to happen. Make sure everyone takes turn. Just kill. Why is it like that? What if I make Turvold the leader duchy? I lose all the speed aura. So all the speeds have to go up. I don't really want to make the speeds go up. It's incredibly dumb if this is the case. Why would it be coded like that? Surely if you're on current max HP, then it should just not go on her. It should go on the person with the lowest maximum HP, not the leader. Oh, that's highly frustrating. I mean, I can do it without the aura. But, I mean, everyone's speed has to go up 19%, which is a lot. But that is a lot of damage loss. I wonder what the Veil passive does. Let's have a look if the Veil does it as well. Well, the problem is it actually a bug doozer, or is it a case of, in a neutral setting, lowest current HP is the leader? Well, no, Demitha would still be like 3... Like, basically, the speeds I've got now would be what I would need to run. I would just mean I don't have to re-gear anyone. I can just re-gear Turvold and just gear her into Ares's speeds. I can do it without the aura. I just didn't want to. Let's go and ascend her. Just quickly. Wow, I did all those runs. I only got like a few. Well, no, what it basically means is when the target must, for example, if there is no matching condition, it probably just defaults to leader, I guess. So potentially. I mean, it's probably working as intended. That's the thing. So, who gets the Veil? Lowest HP at the end of this champion's turn. The leader. Well, I guess we're doing the speed tune without the aura then. On the bright side, I don't have to re-gear half the champions tonight. It works off HP percentage. I don't know what you mean by it works off HP percentage. I think it's just going, if there is no low HP, then just target leader. I don't think there's any sort of HP percentage logic in here. I just think they do. It's just going, whoever... If there is no one matching the condition, we just target leader. If you think how single target abilities work, always targets the leader. If you think how Nia works, if there's no debuffs to cleanse and there's no healing needed, she just targets the leader. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If everyone is at 1%, aka everyone's at 100%, then it just targets leader. Is Elva the lowest HP? So she would be picked for Veil anyway. Need to move her off leader spot for a Veil test. Yeah, I'll test that now. I think it will still do it. It's not a like, I'm annoyed because I'm going to have to keep higher speeds, but it's not a problem if I have to keep higher speeds. I can do it. Well, let's block debuffs here, ruining my time. Can we just kill this quickly, please? Thank you. I don't think it's going to matter. So let's just do the test without her in leader. Like, if we look at the HP numbers, yeah, she's low HP, right? I haven't built her for any HP at all. But let's just, for example, take out Herndog and bring... Well, let's take out Fushan. I need to keep Herndog in. Oh, stupid. Let's take out Fushan and let's just put in a really low HP. Just to make sure it's definitely not a thing, right? Really low HP. So he's got 2,000 HP. So if there's any sort of way to manipulate it, we'll know right now. Because as long as he's alive, which he should be by the end of this turn. Just stop him from taking a turn. Okay, stop taking turns, guys. Right, so. Does it place it on the leader or does it place it on her? Leader. Oh, I've messed up, haven't I? I don't care, I'm wasting energy. I should have put her in lead. Sorry, I messed up. Try that again. Try that again. Right, so just get this up. Yeah, that's fine. Right, does it go on her or does it go on Sandlat? It's going to go on the leader every time. What it's doing is because everyone is at 100% HP, it's defaulting. It's like most things in the game. If 100%, if the default applies, just pick team order. Okay. I guess we're not using her as lead. On the bright side, we can get an attack percent lead aura now. Doesn't change the speeds dramatically anyway. Why am I down? You need one more? Why are my speeds out? Should be the right. Hang on. 242, 242. Are you too fast? No. 4. 28.21. 263.35. There we go. Oh, of course, I can't use that because Turvold's got to go leader. Ah. It's fine. I don't care. I'm giving up. Whatever. It's annoying. The speeds are fine though. It means, unfortunately, we're going to lose a bit of damage. So I just need to make this team viable for Spirit and Nightmare, which is Skronk. Prioritize that. Shots fine on Spirit. Should be. Why aren't you viable on Spirit? Nightmare. 242, 314, 207, 264, 44, 45 on Demyth, alright? That's fine for Nightmare as well, with a 1 turn delay. Nice. I should probably just put it to Nightmare there. Sorry, I'm just saving the tune so I have it in for the test. Seeing as though we're not running those buffs. It's actually annoying because... It's actually annoying. I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking. So it's only going to matter for Turvold because here... No, it's not that I'm having doubts, Wicked. I'm just thinking, basically for a record run, it requires these speeds only for Turvold, right? Because we can't use the aura. But I can use someone like Skronk, right? So what I'm saying is, yes, Turvold hits really hard. I could do some big numbers with Turvold. Right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to build Turvold, and we're going to test it, because the champions are already built. The champions are already built in this speed, right? If we look at my team, my last clan boss team, we don't lose anything by building Turvold. They're already in this speed tune. The only one I'd have to re-gear is Elva, but I'm going to have to do her at some point anyway when I get better accessories. They're already in this build. For, which one is it? This one's the wrong one there. Let me close this, let me close this. The reason why I'm using Skronk, guys, is he gives himself increased attack, and I'll explain in a bit. So, apart from Elva, everyone is already in this build, right? So, 3, 4, 5. We've basically got... She's already at 272, so she's well and truly enough speed. We've already got Seeker at 208, 208. Demyth is already at 345. So all we're doing is we're re-gearing Turvold at 242, and we're making it Elva. So I think we try it with him without the aura, but then I'm curious to see whether it's better to run the aura with Skronk and just go for full damage from the rest of the team, because obviously saving 19% speed makes a big difference to the build if I don't have to run Ruella so fast. That's the plan. Because I think even at 272, this is fine, because she was set up for Aura. So that's what we're going to do. So let's build, while we're doing this, because we still need, we'll leave Elva in here because we need her to level up a bit. And we will just run our dear old friend Fortis. And we'll run another 10 of these because we need potions, basically, and I don't have any. So while that's running, we're going to build Elva over here. So the reason why I was saying Skrunk is good, right? In this team here, if I just basically, let me just put anyone in here that does damage. Let me just go with, I don't know. Pick a random champion here. Let's go Shemnath, right? So the main problem with this team, Shemnath's a bad idea. Actually, Shemnath is interesting. Shemnath extends debuffs and his own buffs. That's interesting. Let me duplicate this a second. I didn't really think of this. We're totally getting off track here. I know. It's terrible. Right, we need to put Elva up here just to make this a bit better. With a 0-1 turn delay at 314. It's a bit of a messy stream today, guys. Sorry. I tried to be... Why is this messy? Why is this not in tune? 1 turn delay, 3-3, 3-1-4, 3-1-4. Why are you not? Weird. That must be some sort of... There we go. Why is Shemnath still getting the continuous heals? She's not in the leader position anymore. I've no idea why she's still getting that. It should target the single target, which should be leader. Yeah, I could put the aura in. What I was wanting to look at was... So, Shemnath was an interesting one. I'll find a champion that isn't Shemnath. Say like we took Jintora, right? Jintora's a great example here. He's going to be a bit fuckery because he's got a passive... Don't even know if we can make Jintora work because of his stupid passive. We can't. Val, right. Val's better. Let's pick Val. Right. So the reason why I was looking for champions that have increased attack self-buffing is because of this turn here. So if we look at Val's rotation, he has increased attack for the first attack. He has it for the third attack, but the second attack, he doesn't have increased attack. The second attack here, he never has increased attack. So when you're looking at your champion build, effectively, you are missing 33% of your damage is going to be without the attack buff, which is a significant loss of damage. So I was looking for champions that either could basically give themselves an attack buff or another AoE attack buff to cover this one rotation. Ruella's not a problem. She's not attacking here. The only one that doesn't get an increased attack is Elva, but Elva's damage is quite low anyway. We're not really that fussed about it. And Demitha here is A2ing. She's not attacking. Then Seeker reapplies it. So this one ability here from Val doesn't get the increased attack. So I was looking at Skrunk, because Skrunk not only gives himself turn meter to help reduce the speed, but he also applies increase attack, and he also has that passive stimulation, which like the stimulus, which basically boosts his increased attack every time he HP burns, and his increase. He's like a baby ninja basically. But Shemnath extends his own buffs, right? I'm pretty sure. If we go to Shemnath, has his A2 ability, increases the duration of all debuffs, second hit decreases the duration of all buffs on the target, and increases the duration of all buffs on himself after attacking. So, does that increased attack fall off? Does he have an attack aura? No. But he does increase his crit damage by 5% for each debuff on the enemy. And he's a backup decreased defense. Like, that's pretty insane. The only thing is it's after attacking. So does the attack buff fall off before he extends the buff? We're going down a test in Rabbit Warren here. This is a really scuffed stream, guys. We're going to be here till like probably midnight again, though. So it's an extended edition. Why backup? So basically, if you look here, just because of the way the extension falls, Val is going before Dimitha is going to extend the increased attack, so he can't extend the increased attack across all of his abilities. Shemnath is basically extending the buff, or if I was to use someone like Turvold, which I've lost a link for. If I was to use someone like Turvold, he's giving himself his own attack buff. So Skrunk gives himself the own attack buff, right? So I was looking at champions who basically can give an increased attack buff to themselves to cover off that middle one. I need a backup decreased defense. Not really. It's just if I think I'm on magic affinity, then Ruella's weak affinity. It's a nice backup. It's not important. So what I want to test is I have a Shemnath. Where is Shemnath? Is he in the Vault of All Wonders? Where have I put my Shemnath? Is he out? He's in here. There he is. He's got some gear on. Cool. So he's got some speed. So what I want to know is, if I give an attack buff to him, I don't think I can test this very well. Let's find out. Yeah, Lord Shazar could work. He's an interesting option as well. Where is she? Right. So we need someone to keep it alive. So we'll go with Ultimate Death Knight for a sec to keep him alive. And we need someone who does like a 1-turn increase attack. Who does a 1-turn increase attack that we can think of here? I don't think anyone does. We might just have to ride out a few turns. So if that's the case, let's just go for a big crowd control. Ally protection team. And then someone who does increase attack but on a really long cooldown. Let's just go Seeker, it's fine. Yeah, I've tried Shazar before. Shazar could work. I just have to check whether his extra turn would fall correctly. Right, let's just freeze these a second. Right, so got to increase attack now on Shemnath. Fine, boom. Right, so we need to take a turn. He looks cool, doesn't he, Shemnath, right? Looks really cool. I've no idea. I haven't done any sort of damage assessments. I don't actually know whether he would do a lot of damage. Right, so the question here now. Does he extend the increased attack after, or does it fall off? That's the question. And the answer is... he extends it. Awesome. Right. So, we have another option, which actually might be crazy, considering he extends the debuffs. Which means we got more uptime on decreased defense and weaken. We have more uptime on toxic. This could scale really hard because he's going to have 10 debuffs up all the time with double toxic, pretty much, if we're extending it by 1 turn. This could be insane. I mean, he's not booked or anything. He's 60 already. So... how many potions have we got? I need more. Anyway, sidetrack. So, Turvol could work. Skrong could work. Shemnath could work. We want people who can basically do... increase attack on that turn. That's the goal. Right, let's set this back to another 10. So we have no potions. And let's actually build a champion, which is what we were here for all night. I've just been rambling and doing different things. So we want damage mode. We're going to configure priority 1. We want deadly precision, that Law of Steel. Boom, 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 boom. We're going to get buffs, whatever. 293. We're actually going to need to be at 314. So this is going to make this a lot harder because we don't have the banner. We're going to have to go with this one. We'll go with this and we'll go with that. See what we get. Exactly, Jeans, right? Are we just going to permanently keep all the debuffs up? Are we going to have permanent toxic? I'm wondering if Shemnath is even crazier. Let's see how many runs we get here. Like, this is the team with Shemnath, right? But if we run 19% aura, then we can run them. As slow as this. You can watch a bit of that a second. I'll swap it over now. I'm just changing the streams. I'm not a professional streamer. I'm not even a professional gamer tonight with how far I've deflected off the main reason why we're here. It's not that insane, no. But what you got to remember, Shaq, what makes it insane is the following. Just make sure we're in tune here. 345.45, 263.63, 207.78, 240.79, 314.90. Why are we not in tune? There. So, Shemnath, Ultra Nightmare, Void. He is going to extend once every turn. We need to move his A2 around. Which one would be better? So we open with A2. We open with A3, so it falls around, or we could just leave it default with no openings, and that'll be fine as well. So he's going to have increased attacker for all the attacks. He's going to extend the debuffs every time he takes a turn. Which means the clan boss will never lose debuffs. Because every time the clan boss takes a turn, he's extending them. So as long as we get them all stacked up on 2 turns duration, the clan boss always has 10%. Always has 10 debuffs. And what makes that strong is this passive here. He means he's going to get 100% more crit damage. Keep in mind, that's a multiplier. So if he's at 300% crit damage, he's going to be getting 600% crit damage, right? 600% crit damage. It's not additive, it's multiplicative. I'm sure it's multiplicative. Let's check. I'm just going to check if it adds or multiplies. It's not very clear. 0.05 times the debuff count on the enemy team. Value cap is 1, which makes sense. But it doesn't necessarily say whether it multiplies or adds. But we know Ninja multiplies, doesn't it? So if Ninja is multiplying... Let's just check if it's coded the same way, right? Because if Ninja multiplies... Let's see here. It's a different multiplier. I don't think it's multiplicative, actually, now that I've looked at it. Because Ninja goes base CRD times 0.05 times the combo, whereas Shemnath is just 0.05, value capped at 1. It's always hard to tell when you're reading it like this because it's so subjective. Has this got a value cap? This has got a value cap of 0.25 times base crit damage, where the other one's got a value cap of 1. So I think it's additive, which is a shame. It's got to be additive, I guess. Well, I mean, it's the same description as Ninja, right? Yeah, it's adding it. But the reason why I wasn't sure, because if you look at Ninja, right? So that says increases this champion's crit damage by 5% for each debuff on the enemy, right? Well, if we look at Ninja... increases Ninja's attack by 10% when... So increases Ninja's attack by 10% and crit damage each time a single hit is hit. It's exactly the same wording. So Ninja does it based on base crit damage. He doesn't. That's why having access to the code is important. Oh, that should be run on times 2, yeah. So it's still 400% though on 300%. It's like bonus 100% crit damage. It's still a lot. It'll be interesting to see. Let's build this champion out first. Let's see what we get. We're gonna build Elva into 315, and we're gonna see what we're gonna get. We're going to build Turvold. We're going to try a Turvold test. Let's see how much damage he can do. Then we're going to try Shemnath, probably. Why does it keep changing like that? It's really, really annoying. Refresh. I'm going to reselect everything now. Right, we need that banner. That. No, I don't need 2 toxic if that's the case. So it's the question, do I make Ruella more damaging or do I make Seeker more damaging? Probably Ruella, I guess, because she's running faster. And obviously with Shemnath, I can use the speed aura, which brings everyone's speeds down. But I want to try this Turvold team first. We're going to try Turvold. We've already got the team built. We just have to build Elva. And then we will try some variations. We'll put Skrank in the team as well, because I think he'd be quite cool. With Skrank, the reason why I'm going to be using him, for Spirit, I'd have to run the DPS faster. So I'm going to just have Skrank running slower, because he has a turn meter fill to counteract that. So we just have a variant. It just works better. Why did we not have the battle up? Why is it asking for that? Are you just telling me you can't find a better build? Probably. Should be stealing from Eras. Yeah, it is. So it's basically finding 100% crit rate, even though I don't need 100% crit rate. Wait, I've got crit rate buff. Crit rate buff. Try that again. Yeah, but she's not that much faster than Seeker, Jeans. Remember, Seeker's a double hit. So it's not that crazy. Not that much faster. And we'll lose some at the start setup anyway until we fall into pattern and rotation. Why is it finding that? Let me just make sure. We're definitely getting 70% crit rate. Maybe it's just minusing it after. Yeah, it is. Okay. So at 315, we're kind of struggling to find crit rate, but it's fine. We're just going to do any old build. Yes, Seeker's 5-star. On each enemy, Johnny, so it'll be all targets. Also, the Axie's rubbish, actually. Axie's pointless. Attacks on your first hit, rolls all by second hit. I wonder how strong it would be with the A1 over the A2, I guess. It'd be interesting to see whether the A2 is worth it. Probably is. She's probably good in Giant Slayer, actually, as well. Right, we're just probably going to build... We just lock Ruella again. For a second. Yeah, it would give her 200 Axie. Annoyingly, I got a 3-star Demither early. Actually, good point reminding me there. If I run this team with Aura, I need to increase this by 7.5% now. So, because I've got a 3-star Demither. So that's 20.425. So we can actually drop some speeds here. Not too many. Demither's Aura is going to save me like 1 or 2 speed from different people. Oh, that's crazy. Shemnath is always going to have speed buff. Wait, can I run Relentless Shemnath here? Short, are you still in chat? Can I run Relentless Shemnath here with that extension? Because she always has speed buff up. I can run Relentless Shemnath. Right? Or am I going mad? This is such a rabbit warren stream. Like, I've gone down like a completely different path here. Yeah, because she's always got speed buff up. Because she's extending it. So that means, as long as I don't like Relentless proc up here early 2 on, I can run Relentless Shemnath. Where's my man? Let me ask him. The genius that is Clan Boss tuning short on skills. I think he's vanished. It's fine. Midnight. So basically midnight. If you imagine... Every time I Relentless turn here, so every time Shemnath takes a turn, it's got speed buff. So it depends on whether the Demither extension is important, I guess. Well, the thing is, even if it takes a turn here, extra turn, it's going to extend, right? So we've still got speed buff on. If we take an extra turn here, we're going to go A3. It's still on, because we haven't extended yet, and she won't take another turn until Demither gets a turn here. And even if she takes a double turn, she's going to extend it anyway, which means Demither's going to re-extend, and then we're going to get back round. I think it works. Like, if I delay this, is there any point in time where she loses speed buff? I think it's fine. I think it's always going to be on. No matter what I do with the extension, wherever I put it, it's always going to be on. Like, if I extend at the start of the turn, it's still on. If I extend at this position, let me prioritize this. Speed, speed, speed. Speed, speed, speed. Yeah, it's always on. I think it's right. I think it works. But wouldn't Relentless cause the order of the skills in the next CB turn? You might lose a speed buff there and then. No, that's what I'm saying. Because she extends her own buffs, there's never a situation in which Shemnath is in this tune without speed buff. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, we've run out of things. How many did we get here? How many do we need for this? 4, 5, and 6. That might be enough. Let's go do some normal here. As long as Shemnath doesn't extend with every skill, it will fall off with multiple Relentless procs. But it's a 3-turn cooldown. We're putting Elva in so we can level her at the same time. Yeah, it's pretty bad, right? And mystery shards. So because she has a 3-turn cooldown extension, even if she double procs, so say like she has an extra turn here, she's going to A2. Well, if she A2 procs again, she's going to extend the buffs. So we're back round to the Demither extension. If she double procs here, she's going to extend into an A1. Well, she's still got it on for one more turn. I think it's fine. I think it works. The biggest problem with Turvold was he would go, if he extra turned after his A2, he wouldn't be able to reapply his A2 speed buff until the next time because he reapplies the buff, where she's not doing that because she's getting the extension. I think it's okay. I could be wrong. Short would be able to confirm it to me, but I think it's okay. Because it's on for 2 turns here, gets reapplied by Elva, so if she takes a turn to A2, it would get reapplied. She's on 2 turns here, because it's been reapplied. She's extending, so it's 3 turns. Gets extended here, it's 4 turns. I think it's fine. Anyway, where were we? Elva. Who are we taking from then? We're just going to do a basic Elva build first, because we want to test this build first. So we need 314. Okay, 314, that's fine. Let's take this build here. It's mostly okay. He's probably walking the dogs, yeah. I've DM'd him. He'll reply to me. He's a good soul. We need to get some champions build in here. Let's stop this. We're going to build... How many runs have I done here? Oh, that shouldn't open it. We did 1 run. Come on, kill the target, guys. Yeah, I got enough books, guys. Don't worry. I wailed. Remember this. I have 14 legendary books. So hopefully Elva doesn't screw me over. Otherwise we don't have enough. And Shemnath. I probably don't have enough books, actually. What did you get? Stop it. It doesn't matter if we don't book this. We just need to book that if we test it. I really shouldn't book out of clan versus clan. Hey, stop it. You get out of the treats, you silly animal. Right. I want to build this, so we need to be on here. So this is just going to be a basic build to start with, because we're just going to test the Turvold build. Just to see how much Turvold can actually do. We need... it's Guardian gear. Nothing in it. You've eaten all the treats. Crazy cat. So we just need to find the gloves that she was wearing. The chest. We need deflection shield is up here somewhere. Where's deflection set? There. Obviously, this is not an optimized build for damage right now because, to be honest, oh damn, I made a mistake. We don't really have any damage accessories anyway, which hurts. Speed. It's telling me to use Mordecai for some crazy reason. I shouldn't have taken Mordecai's boots because he's in a speed boot, but it's fine. I can basically put anything on Mordecai. Let's go over here. Let me just regain Mordecai. Look, you have eaten all the food. I don't even know if we've got anything open here. I have a pestering cat asking for food. There, that's all you're getting. You're distracting the stream. Back it up. Back it up. Here you go. Right. Mordecai. Sorry, guys. I haven't seen chat in a sec. I'm just trying to gear this out. Allure going... Oh my god, I haven't got any space anywhere. Mordecai's in my Spider 25 team, so if I forget to put the boots back on him, we will be in trouble. For Tuesday. Mordecai, speed boots, it doesn't matter which. Any old speed boots will do. Do we have a 16 speed boots anywhere? That is pretty rubbish. You will do. Will you get out of it? Come on, off. Off. You're being a pain. Right, so where were we? Right, where's chat? Chat, I'll come back to you now. Yeah, the cat just decided it wants to now make an appearance. Elva, we need to ascend her. Don't really want to use silver to make potions, but it's really frustrating. Yeah, probably. How are the builds coming along, Swagger? We are getting so sidetracked and distracted. Can't even believe. I say we, I am. I did. I'm using a different one because I got Elva in here to try and level her. This is pretty fast. If I staggered the abilities correctly, it would be even better. My back tournament, someone's at 50,000. I'm bothered. I'm going to get the legendary book and that's it, and peace out. On which, on the face of it, I'm going to need the legendary book. Oh, come on. See, we can just use him to kill everyone. It is a great deal. Now, normally, I would never book outside of a clan versus clan. But I'm going to have to, because we need to book this to make this work. Queen Eva. Oof. Yeah, probably. I'm in Sons of Cyan. Why have I swapped Elva and Ruella around in my clan boss team? I have not. It is champion training points, but I only need like 400. Please give me... That's 2. Oh, I can't be bothered. It's too much work. It's quicker for me to farm Spider. I got impatient. It's difficult, Daniel. Like, I've got a Duchess, I'm pulling her for clan boss. She offers something slightly different to Duchess in the sense that she offers a turn meter buff with her A2. So... Oh, why have I done it? Because I want to run a 3-1 DPS and I want to make sure the crit rate buff is on throughout. So I've moved the extend. I did only compare 6-star, but it doesn't particularly matter. No, I didn't. If you look, Swagger, if you look at the video, I compared them all. I put all I put it all on. Right, how close is she? 314. We need to glyph the banner with... That's not what I wanted. There we go. +3. Why are we short? Oh, because we haven't done Laura Steel yet. That's fine. Need to go to Laura Steel. Can't have that, so we're going to have to go down here. Laura Steel, 315. Awesome. Yes, the only one. Right. So we have an Elva build, 315. Cool. She's not max level, but that's fine. She don't need to be for this test. Pray. So what we got to pray is it all lands on the A2. Never do this outside of clan versus clan. That's a good start. That's a bad start. That's good. 2 more. That's bad. That's good. 1 more. Oh. Not bad. Not bad. We did that pretty well. It's booked. We don't really care about this not going to be enabled anyway. Okay. And we get 1 legendary tome back from the feud. We get 1 back. It's not bad. What are you telling me? Go away. Right, so let's just build it. I need to build Turvold, which is fine. It's on Force, so that's okay. It means it's going to go on Magic. It's not a problem. So let's trash this team over here. We want to put Turvold in the lead. And we're going to put Seeker, Elva, Demitha, and Rowella. So let's just check the speeds over here a second. So this is the one we're running with. It's going to be Turvold we need to rebuild. Seeker is 208, 208. No delays. Elva is going to be at 314. Should check her set configurations. I think she was in 1 speed. Just make sure. Yeah, 1 speed set. That's fine. So she's good at 315. We have Demitha at 345 in triple speeds. And then finally we have Rowella at 272 because she's in her old build, which is for speed or for spirit. That's fine also. So now we just need to build Turvold. Just lock her away a second. We set this, start. We want to be in damage mode. We want to pick it for A3. Pinpoint accuracy, Law of Steel. We need him in Steadfast, Battle, Boss. 250, 1292. Put some zeros on the end. Decrease defense and weaken. We do not need any form of accuracy because he doesn't need to weaken, so we just need 242 speed. Is that the highest or lowest it can go? That is the lowest. 242. Let's make it safe. 243. Okay. Let's just make sure we got the best on. We probably do. Primary stat attack. Yes. Grid damage. Yes, he's got the best on, so we can basically take these slots out. No. 2 speed. Cat, will you get out of the way? Go on, go to your bed. Go on. Thank you. Right. See what we can get here. Now, whilst that's optimizing, we need to just come into Turvold and we need to remaster him. Because we never want Turvold taking a stun. So, where is Turvold? Here. Please don't cost me. Thank you. Now, I just want to make sure. So I need that. And I want Cycle of Magic. I think that's okay to do that. Not that I don't need that, is it? That's fine. That'll do, yeah. So we can take Cycle of Magic on Turvold. It doesn't matter if he takes his extra turns in different places. He just can't... What he can't do is he cannot take an extra turn, but he can take another A2 if he wants to at a different point in time. I don't know what to put here. We can go Lasting Gifts, but it doesn't really benefit him. He's going to have the buffs up all the time anyway. So, might as well just leave it as it is. Right, so we need to optimize him. What did we get? It's done enough silly... It's because I ascended a champion. Silly thing. Good luck, Daniel. I hope it all works out. Yeah, I could put Lasting Gifts. I'll just leave it empty. I missed how did the Elva build go. We're testing Elva on a really rubbishy build at the moment to see how strong Turvold can be. At the moment, she's at 315. I've built her, thank you. Cool. Don't you be spreading misinformation. I've built her. Contrary to popular belief. Right, it's going to be this top when it's found. So, 6.6k attack, 272% crit damage. Pretty solid. He's going to be taking all of Alika's gear. Poor Alika. He's actually stealing from barbarians. Alika is finally going to get destroyed. It's been a very long time. But, you know, for content, this is what we do. Alika. And then we're going to go for the helm. Why is it asking for Burungiri? Why is Burungiri chilling with an attack percentage helm like that? What a monster. It's probably when I did the gear cleanse, right? Speed, crit damage, crit rate, HP percentage. Speed, crit rate, attack. Attack percentage, speed, crit damage, accuracy, and then gloves, crit damage, crit rate, speed, resist. So what's he at hit? 243. He was fine at 243. Mastery's done. Booked. Okay. Let's test it then. Just get this on a second screen over here so I can make sure that the turn order's gone alright. It's only taken us 2 hours, or whatever the stream time has been, for us to get to a test. So, what we should have with this team is Turvold should get insane amount of buffs. That's what we're saying. And he should get the perfect veil. should be full auto. I think... did I need to make Turvold? Demitha A2... Oh, I didn't put a delay on Demitha A2, did I? I messed up something somewhere, hang on. Let me restart the client. It's been a bit buggy anyway, because we had RSL helper. Or restart it. Yeah, the AI didn't work there. I just need to check it. I'm really curious about this Shemnath team now. I haven't looked at the damage potential, to be honest. I can probably check whilst this is loading up. Right, try again. I'm going to make Demitha first. Minimize that a second. We want to make him always prioritize that. But I want him to put a 2-turn delay on the A3, so I want to open with that. Do I want to open with that or not? I want him to... If I put a 1-turn delay on that, would be fine. No. So I'm going to manual the first start. It's fine. Seeker, we have no delay. Elva, we don't want to use this. Let's just tell her to do this in case she decides she doesn't want to for whatever reason. Demitha, prioritize 1, then 2, just in case she doesn't want to do it. And Ruella, we want to prioritize this. But we want to open with that. Okay. Let's try it again. What I want to do is I just want to manual. I'm configuring it so that we get the right A2 setup. So that's auto. Oh wait, it was a 1-turn delay on that. Oh my god. Just holding you all in contention. Right. Try that again. No. We forgot to open with. Open. Got that 1-turn delay. Attempt number 351. No, it's not a manual. All I'm doing is I'm manualing until Turvold, because I want Turvold to do A2, A1, A3 instead of A1, A2. So I'm just manualing Turvold's first turn here. So that should A1. Well, at least the buffs are going on the right target. So that's a start. So I want to go Turvold A2 into A1, and then we auto. Seeker should A2, A1, Demitha A3. And then we're going to Elva Autumnborn A2. Guys, look at the buffs. Right, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 buff Juggernaut. Comment in the chat, guys. How much hits do you think? I made a mistake. Oh, it doesn't matter, actually. I thought I made a mistake because I didn't put Blood Shield up. But I've got Demith's Shield, right? So I don't need Blood Shield. 1.2? Let's slow it down. 1.2 million. Here we go. 4 to 5, okay. 800,000. We haven't ramped up cruelty yet, so that'll be a thing. 350 KA1s. Right, let's just make sure it falls into 2 now before we start looking at big numbers. Turn 5 is when this falls into turn. The stun should go on Ruella, or it should go on Elva. So the stun is never an issue in this turn anymore. Which is great. We like that. Debuffs go back on. Elva's attack animation is quick. We like that. Oh my god. 500,000s again. Oh, it could be insane. I know the speeds are not ideal, but it could be insane. He's always at like 10 buffs. Right, we should be getting close to the tune. It's going to fall into tune after this turn, it should do. Like, Demith should end with an A3 if this is working correctly. Which it is nice. A2, A1. Obviously, I have double negative affinity here because it's Force, so Elva and Seeker are going to be weak affinity. Turvold A2. Well, good news, guys. The speed tune works. Whoa, hang on. I think it's fine. I think that's okay, though. She cleanses. Absolutely fine. We don't care about the stun. That was close. I was panicking then. How much attack and crit damage? We are running more than what RSL Helper says. Let me check. We're running 6.5k attack, 272% crit damage. So we're doing 400Ks there with less buffs. So the speed tune is holding nicely. It kind of sucks its force because we get decreased attack. That's not nice. Yeah, it is. The heals are stacking up. Look, continuous heals. They're stacking up. Keep in mind the extra turns are going to consume them a bit. He does have one rotation where he's only got 4 or 5 buffs. It's not like always going to have 10 buffs up. Like he's got, look, he's got 3 on him right now. He's going to alternate. So basically every so often he should get a turn where he has all of the buffs up and he starts with A3. It's whether or not he's always going to start with A3 with decreased attack. So because it's force, it's not a good affinity because he loses decreased attack and he doesn't get cleansed. So the next turn now, this will be the big hit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 buffs. It's a fully stacked build, increase attack, Cruelty. 500, 444. It's like 1 million. It's kind of insane. Right, we're already at 30 million and it's only turned 10. And again, this is not great because this Juggernaut and stuff, he's getting some of his Juggernauts with decreased attack on him, which is going to hurt his damage a little bit. No, I've made it basically do the A3 opener. So he A3s every so often. It's Ultra Nightmare. And this is where Elva makes such a big difference now, because stun targeting is so irrelevant for this team. Where before it was so relevant to the point where it was dominating. It was really difficult. Casual, I know, right? Well, you got to remember, guys, this isn't a blessed Turvold. Imagine if he's got Phantom Touch on. We haven't got Brimstone in this team yet. I will, Norman. So probably Friday, I'll probably do a full video on this team. Like, this is why doing it on stream is a good idea, because we discovered loads of things that would have actually affected that video of mine. Because, you know, knowing that Elva only does the leader is a big, big problem for my original plan, because obviously I would have built all the champions slow. Only for Turvold mainly, but... Do I know if there is a tune from Manny to Pinky? Probably. Somewhere. When Shemnath team. We might build it after this now. Do I think there should be a gem cost to refresh the Awakening shop? I don't think so. I think it's fine. Yeah, Phantom Touch is really good. So basically, Mark, the math works. If you can get a champion to 3-1... at 5.4k attack, then Phantom Touch at 6 out of 6 will easily beat the damage of Brimstone that is up 100% of the time on 50 turns can do. So that's your break point. If you can get to 6 out of 6, then Phantom Touch becomes better than Brimstone once you hit that 5.4k on through 1. Can Elva and Ruella work with my killable team? My current team is Deacon, Claude, Padma, Lanicus, and Kale. Padma. So Padma for decrease attack. Who is your ally protector there? I'm not sure how you set up that team. You don't have an ally protector in a killable team. That's a pretty big problem. Yeah, we can test on a different difficulty, Anthony. It's fine. Yeah, Seeker is so good. I am still awake, Dreadnought. There's loads of good teams with Helicaths. If you head over to Deadwood site, he's got loads of Helicath teams. I thought I could get him in Relentless, but actually he's a problem. He could go Refresh. I've got him in Cycle of Magic. Refresh and Cycle of Magic is fine. But Relentless is not, because he can't take an extra turn after he takes his A2, which is a problem. Shemnath, though, I'm pretty sure we can go Relentless. I'm really certain we can. Yeah. So ally protection is probably not a problem if you've got a Valkyrie with increased defense, and Geo passive, it does make a difference. But in that team example above there with Claude, Paid, Melanicus, Kale, and Deacon, it probably needs an ally protection. I don't think 20 is going to be the next one. I think it's a one-off. If I'm being honest, I think 20 is a one-off. They're not blind to the negativity that people would have had about it. I think they're just trying to drain a bit of resources ahead of Christmas. I mean, it's doing 3 million per turn, right? So if it keeps up this pace... I normally check turn by 25 because 3 turn setup is a problem, right? So you need to wait. At 25, we'll know roughly how much it's going to do because we should be at a pretty consistent per rate team. But I think you're not far off. I think 140 might be it. Yeah, Jeans. I think, though, that Shard Guaranteed is a bit unique. It depends on how many people pulled, I guess. It's hard to tell. When Platinum Nightmare, I don't know. We're about to 1 key at turn 22. It's pretty good going. No, I'm eating a wrap. I snack on wraps. Just like tortilla wraps. It's a great snack. It's the summoning event that's a problem. They did a summoning event for everything else, but the one thing the way you're gonna pull 26 was they didn't. Even if they could have done like a champion chase. Yeah, like wraps, like a tortilla wrap. You know, you make like tortilla wraps out of like tortilla wrap. Vergis is really good, Joe. Vergis is a great clan boss champion. I know, but I quite like just eating wraps on their own. It's an addiction of mine. It's a good snack. No. So Phantom Touch at 6-star Awakening with 5.4 attack if you're going 3-1. So if you're taking 3 turns to the clan boss's 1 turn, is probably more damage than if that champion wore Brimstone. 3-1 is important. It is, Kessel. You've missed a whole load of procrastination and different theory crafting to get here. I'm running a Mythic comp with Geo. Currently 2k, want to take it. What is the top end damage of a Geo can do in 50 turns? Geo is really dependent on affinity, KL. An affinity Geo can do a lot more damage than a non-affinity, than a Void. So that's the problem with Geo as a damage dealer. He relies on affinity for his passive. You might be better off just looking for an alternative to Geo that just hits harder. A weakened champion that hits harder. There's lots of them now. There's plenty of champions out there. If you always run affinity, you can probably 1 key. It depends on the version of, like, you're doing Mythic. If you're doing it with Deacon, then it will probably be okay. It'll be a push. Blessings will make a difference. If you can get blessings, you probably 1 key. Yeah, I think blessings are important, though, to 1 key. It makes it a lot easier. So we're at turn 27. We'll get to turn 30 and we'll do a bit of a count, see where we're at. She won't be in shards. You can already empower her only with Killian, the Lucky, so she won't be available for shards. You basically get her before the event. I did find a GameSpot news article that basically said there would be a way for new players after the event has ended in February to get her until May the 15th. So I think you're going to have to get her in the event. My 2 to 3 takeaways on her. She's a good AoE damage nuker. She doesn't really bring anything for an early game account, and she might have some niche end game arena usages to target like Mithralas or something, but I don't really think she's that crazy. Right, so we're basically on average in 3 million per turn. So at 50 turns, this is going to be about 150 million damage, probably. 150 million. And I would imagine Elva's damage is not going to be optimal because she's in a bad build. We've got different reasons why this isn't optimal, but Turvold is doing a number on this clan boss. He might even do about 100 million on his own. I'm actually really interested in Shemnath clan boss because I pulled him and I was like, he's out of the meta because he doesn't hit hard enough. But actually, because I was looking, we'll just swap to this a second. I was looking to see where Shemnath sits in my damage numbers here for my clan boss assessments. And I can't see it, so I'm wondering if I didn't factor in the additional crit damage. Because it's coming at 50,000 here, which is a lot lower than some of these champions. So I'm just going to check whether or not I actually calculate Shemnath's crit damage at all. Because I have an assessment which basically can do ninja specifically for clan boss with his passive fully scaled up. 72, 104. Let's just see here. What ID is our Shemnath? 7216. Yeah, I'm not scaling it by the looks of it. Hang on. If champion ID is that, then we need to increase the base crit by 1.25. I've actually got it completely coded wrong. So we need to recode this and rerun the damage assessments. I'm just coding. Give me a second, guys. 7216. So if the pace basket, we need to add 1, I think. What is the base crit gonna be? Crit damage, we probably send it as 0.63, so it needs to be +1 for 1.63. That should be fine. I don't know why we've got that twice. Probably needs to be 5%. Manage this for 20. 0.2. Okay. Let's just run a damage assessment on this champion. 7216. I'll check chat in a second, guys. Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of coding here. Right, sorry, where was he? What turn are we up to? 38, we're going strong. Check in chat. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't need Axia. It's cool. I assume the optimizer. So the optimizer won't know how many debuffs are out there. So probably not. So I don't know. Shaq, if you check the website, the Ronda multipliers are there. So, for example, yeah, I don't know, Cool. I'll need to check if it's actually calculating it correctly. I've not optimized it. It should do, but there's so many different conditions that assuming it does isn't great. Multipliers are on the website. 1.2 times attack times 3 is godlike. 1.9 times attack times 3 is godlike. This rating also assumes you're going to hit that extra hit, so that's worth taking into consideration. And then we've got this extra hit. It includes the extra damage. It's godlike. So strong. Those are the multipliers. And it's the same as the passive. I've put it there to say it's 1.2 as well. If this wasn't an A1, it would be rated average compared to other abilities. Just to make that as a note. But it's all on the website. Right, did we run that? Nice. So... Shemnath. I'm checking to see if my damage is going to refresh properly. Okay, cool. So we have updated damage numbers here. This is assuming 100% extra crit damage on her base. So instead of assuming damage is 0.63, we assume it is 1.63. So she's at 75,000, which comparatively, obviously Jintoro and that's Turvold here with lots of buffs. That's with Turvold with like 8 or 9 or 10 buffs. Val fully stacked up. Elder Scarg A2 with all 6 hits. She comes in. Shemnath. It's here. Pretty strong. 75k and 74k. In terms of overall damage... What up, cat? 91,000. There she comes in. She's basically matching Mashaled here. Candrafon's damage ability. Let me just check. I haven't got any filters out on here. Yeah, so basically in terms of... So the way this calculation works is it takes the damage all the abilities do and then divides it by the cooldown of each ability to kind of give a overall... kit damage. So if you basically use all of her abilities in one go, you would basically be ranking them in this fashion. So we can see Jintoro, because of his 5-hitter, is obviously much stronger, right? Ninja is fully stacked up here. So CB damage per CD here is basically a fully optimized damage ability. If a champion does increase damage based on debuffs, it assumes you've got 10 debuffs out. If you have a passive scaler, Ninja, it's fully scaling his passive based on his actual base stats. We don't actually put him in a build. We do put him in a rough build based on the base stats, but everyone gets the same type of build. It's an equation we run. So basically, for example, Ninja's attack would be 1509 times 3, add 500. That equation is roughly an average build. And then we multiply that attack by 3 because he gets 200% more attack, or by 2. I can't remember which one it is. So that's how much Ninja can do, minus the HP burn. We don't do any debuff damage here or any poison damage. We can see that's why Harima gets so strong, because she can scale her defense by 100%. Val, Alika, Turvold, Ronda. Ronda's actually coming up for kit damage really high, which makes sense because she's got lots of multi-hits. So perhaps Ronda actually is a really, really strong damage dealer for Clan Boss. Maybe I'm just ragging on her a little bit too hard. She's basically an enthusiast champion for Clan Boss. If you want to hit big numbers, Ronda could be really interesting. But she is matching, not far off the top guys here. Val, we know, can easily hit big numbers. You know, we got Turvold's up here at 100k. But again, as someone's pointed out, we can run her in Relentless. So if we can run her in Relentless, these champions can't be running Relentless in these teams. What potential do we have here? But the damage number suggests this is really good. So, yeah, so let me just check. Hang on a second. Maybe this is including Ronda's passive. Which obviously, if that's correct, it's bad because it hasn't got... Let's just check something here. Because it's adding them all up. If Ronda's got extra skill data, we need to exclude it. A1, yeah. So it's assuming she's always going to attack with a passive. So what we need to do is actually take out her A4. Because that's not a realistic method. And then when we do that, Ronda falls way down. Where'd she fall to? Oops. Ronda. And let's get rid of skill position. So she falls to 64,000, which puts her more in line with what I was thinking. So she's going to basically be somewhere in the Saito region of overall damage, I think, when you factor in a passive. Pretty strong, but not your Alika standard. Nowhere near Alika. I think nowhere near Shemnath. Yeah, Harima is defense skill in Ninja, without the HP burn. But she also has the decrease the enemy's defense by 30%, which is a big factor as well. But yeah, the reason why Ronda was shown so high, because essentially the passive has no cooldown, so it's going to go and basically just add that as 100%, which is not fair because it's only going to happen 15% of the time. But she's going to be pretty good. I'll probably build her out for testing in Clan Boss because I'm an enthusiast. Right, the run should have finished. What do we get? It's not bad. Keep in mind, that's Seeker and Elva on weak affinity as well. Like, this would be better run. The strongest this can run is on Magic, I think. No, Spirit. This would be the strongest on Spirit. Oops. Take a screenshot of that. It's quite insane. It's not my record. My record's 163. But then that also had Alika with Phantom Touch. That also had Brimstone, right? We don't have any of those in here. Elva would probably be a Brimstone candidate. Like, if I had Blessings, it would be Phantom Touch Turvold. Elva would have Brimstone. Yeah, Wicked, but that's okay. It's fine. He needs to do his self buff, otherwise he loses increased attack. He can't sustain his increased attack on his own. So I'd rather lose a few buffs than lose increased attack. What was actually hurting him more than anything else in this run is the fact that every so often he had the 25% decrease attack debuff, which is punishing his damage. Yeah, but he is going quicker than it can be extended. Oops. So, when we're looking at the skill rotation here, right, if I don't run Turvol's increased attack at all, right, so this is Turvol, you can see he loses increased attack here. So we'd be basically, sure, we would have A3s up for the entire fight here, but we wouldn't have an increased attack here. Now, I don't know, maybe it's better. I don't know whether it's better or not. We basically would have 1, 2, 3 fully stacked A3s with an increased attack in the middle, or we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe it's better to not have it. Like, we can just replay it now and just run it to like turn 48. Let's just see what happens. Mind you, I need to be mindful. How many more? Oh, I don't care about the extra one. Who cares? We can just turn it off. Do we want to open with it? So we need to do a few turn delay. It would be really strong in reflex, I guess. But you probably don't want it in reflex either. Just run it again. We just need to double A1 on Turvol to get him into tune. He doesn't need the crit rate buff, which is good. We'll see. We'll let it run to like turn 40 and see whether we got more damage. We were at 3 million damage per turn at turn 30, right? So if we were at 30, we're about 90 million there, weren't we? So if we reach 100 million before, then it could be even better. Hey Pocket, how you doing? Exactly, Woods. So I'd get 25% more, a little bit more damage on non-decreaser, non-force here. Yeah, 30 was about 90 million. Maybe it's better not to run the A2. And just accept that the one of them is going to be without increased attack. I mean, it's going to be an A1, right? So it's not the strongest damaging ability anyway. We're not in tune yet. I actually have Cycle of Magic on him. It's probably not a good idea to have Cycle if... it's probably not a good idea to have Cycle of Magic on here if we want us to stay in the right place, because it'll move the A3 around. You missed the end of the first test, Mark. We did 153 million with Turvold on 80 million. What we're trying here is it better not to have the A2 on so that we always have 6 or what, 9 buffs on the A3? I think Cruelty's stacked up now, right, guys? I think we're not seeing the text anymore. I think it's fully stacked. Yeah. Yeah, you should keep that up now. I think you'll always have decreased attack up. Block debuffs up, yeah. Because we're not taking that extra turn. You're the math man. There has to be a calculation without actually having to run it. Yeah, I got it in. I could put it in my Excel. I knew that the damage would be around 100 million for him. I basically calculated it if he had 7 buffs up all the time, which obviously he didn't. So I knew it would be around that number, 153 million. But I also calculated my numbers as if I was having the speed aura, which is obviously a bit of a problem now. I don't have the aura. No, I did it off stream, Kessel. I didn't say I did, but I did it off stream. I predicted it would be around that. Blessings would obviously push it to 200 million, I think. Yeah, I think you guys might be right. I think A2 being off might be better here. How many buffs he's got? Just so many buffs. Ah, he cyclo-magicked. I said that would be a problem. I shouldn't have put cyclo-magic on him. Obviously, it wouldn't have been a problem if we were A2 in, because we might get an extra turn. How many has he got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's got 10 buffs. He's got 10 buffs on him. So basically a fully stacked out 497, 500. It's 1.2 million nearly. What the hell? I mean, there's a risk, potentially. He overfills his turn meter bar. The only good thing is if he's still got all those buffs, we can just reapply the buffs. I don't mind wasting a couple of keys if we don't do brutal. It's not a problem for me. So we can run this all the way through if we want to see the end screen. I think it's... I don't know. I think it's okay. I don't think lasting gifts on Elva is a good idea. Put it like that. I think that's not a good idea. He lasting gifts again. This is not optimal because I shouldn't have put lasting gifts on. I'm an idiot. I don't want to waste 150 gems to take it off either. So we're going to manual it through and we're going to put it back. Sorry, not... Yeah, Cycle of Magic I shouldn't have put on. I didn't put it in the right setup again. No, I messed up because I've put Cycle of Magic. Night Dreadnought. It's only 5% chance, which is really annoying. Oh, we lost a decreased defense and weakened somehow. I don't know how we lost that. Ah, he's decreased his cooldown again. It's going well, Ian. We just hit for 1 point. It is nuts. If I didn't have Cycle of Magic on, this would be much faster. I just have to watch it like a hawk. In case it says decrease cooldown. There's another champion that would be interesting in this position, and that's Hall's Ring. Hall's Ring increases his critical damage by 30% if he's under Perfect Veil. So if you put him in leader... He has a self-buff and increased attack on the A1 with Hex with lots of hits and overall 30% more crit damage. Whoa, that was 5.5 and 5.6. It's like, what was that, 1.2 million? I suppose having no increased attack here is not a problem. It's not so bad. Because I'm only losing like a little bit of damage there. It's basically always a 10 buff Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. He's not cycle magic in so much now, so it's not so bad. Wait, why has he always got to increase attack up? Right, no increase attack now. Yeah, so increase attack, we're losing about 30,000 on each hit. So we lose about 60,000, but we're trading it for more consistent A3. So yeah, I think everyone is right. A3 should be the way to go, and just forget the A2. I think I keep up 10 buffs all the time, even without Seeker's passive, right, Mark? I think that's what's happening here. We'll find out now, I guess. Ruella decided to miss weaken here, which is great. Yeah, see, we haven't got increased defensive now. He's at 10 buffs all the time. We're just hitting lower because Ruella decided not to apply weaken for some crazy reason beknown to me. Saf, would the one attack with the decreased speed on spirit not ruin your tune? No, it's fine. You have to run a faster DPS, but I would run a different DPS on spirit, basically. This, to be honest, could run on void just as good. Yeah, she's trying to sabotage my run for some reason. So that's twice she's missed it. I don't really know why. She's strong affinity, and she's got enough accuracy. She's just getting unlucky a little bit. Whoa, it hits so hard. Yeah, you're running the Whale Buster, right, Mark? With Turvold. Shemnath might be after this. It was affinity friendly already, Oxlane. What the issue was before, because he was taking an extra turn, he would lose his block debuffs. So the stun's not a problem. The debuffs are not a problem. The problem was he was losing damage because he had the decreased attack. But because he's not taking the extra turn now, he is covered, which means we don't have to worry even about the decreased attack. But the actual, the debuffs for in terms of like speed tuning, it wasn't a problem for stun targeting and everything else like that. Like Seeker can take it because he can get cleansed. Yeah, I don't think this can beat the Whale Buster, to be honest. Because I think Cardiel is too strong with the ally attack. You're just getting a lot of extra damage. But I think it comes pretty darn close. It's probably the closest unkillable team that I've seen to get close to the Whale Buster. Pretty insane damage. Yeah, like I say, I mean, if you put a blood shield on him, he's probably going to get... And to be honest, as long as you've got an attack ring or crit damage amulet or something, that it doesn't really matter if it's not the best piece in the world. The 20% extra damage is worth it. Like, I had a blood shield ring that I had ready, which is just primary stat attack. I think it had one attack roll on it. And it was stronger than a triple attack roll because of the extra 20% damage. Yeah, Anthony, we had a few issues at the start. Because of Cycle of Magic, we lost about 3 A3s, and because of Ruella being an absolute idiot for some reason, we lost a couple of A3s. So I think it'll catch up a little bit now. I mean, we're losing around about 60,000 every attack there. So that's doing 160 to 190. We're doing 112 to 130. So we're losing about 80,000 damage per turn. And we're hopefully trading it for bigger hits here, basically. So it might be even. Yeah, Blood Shield's annoying. Once you get to a point with Blood Shield, it becomes easier, but getting that first batch of accessories is quite frustrating. Like, Ruella's going to let Weaken drop off again here now. I don't really know why she's letting it drop off. If she applies it for 3 turns, she should be able to keep it up all the time. This is where you'd basically build a little bit of accuracy on your Turvold if Weaken keeps falling off just to be safe. But it shouldn't matter. Yeah, we're kind of on par at the moment. I'm going to let it run to like turn 45. Just to make sure that it is, like, you know, whether it's actually that much stronger. But it looks a bit even at the moment. Because the thing is, we were getting a lot of A3s anyway. Can debuff be replaced? So you can't place any more. Yeah, so if it's already on the debuff bar, then it can get extended. It'll get replaced. If the debuff has fallen off, then it won't. But the only thing to note with Ruella is she's a 4-turn cooldown. So there is a chance she resists. Like here, for example. She should have it back here. But she doesn't, which is where it must be that we don't quite sustain it. I'll have to check her rotation. Because we're prioritizing Ruella's A3, the turn meter boost. It means that the 4-turn cooldown's a little bit more awkward. If she was a 3-turn cooldown, this would be so much better. But at a 4-turn, it can struggle. So I have got like Master Hexer and Sniper on her. It is, tell you what it probably is. She's not 100%, is she? So I would imagine it's when she doesn't land it. Very rare, though. No, you can't swap Ruella with anyone in this team. She's too important to it. It's fine. I think she's just not doing it at the right place, maybe. See, she's got it back there in time. Could just be, you know, a bit of RNG. Oh, big hits. No, because Ruella's doing increased crit rate and increased speed. Ruella is dependent for this tune. Oh, we didn't have any of the debuffs up that time. Yeah, exactly, Mark. But this is where someone like Shemnath would help, right? Because she's got an A1 decreased defense. So you have a backup decreased defense to try and mitigate some of the issues. Zaf, what do you think about an option to increase the cooldown of a skill on a preset? My Renegade, for example, runs with 6-turn CD, but when fully booked, she has a 5-turn CD. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean? Can you explain? What, in the game? We took an extra turn there. I think Shemnath makes this team so much better again. Because we would have less issues with Ruella completely. We can run one Toxic. We don't need her in the lead. You don't even need to do it in Dead Regenerate Calculator. How can I use Jintora and Turvold here? Who's going to do the 20% extra fill? The increased crit rate? The debuffs are okay, I guess. That's fine. I don't need to do that. I don't think you can really do that, Jeans, because once it's booked, right? There's nothing you can do. Yeah, the problem, Hilmy, is if I swap out Ruella, I lose 20% turn meter boost, which I don't think I can find. She makes the team possible. So, turn 40, we're at 120 million, so it's still doing around about 3 mil per turn. So I think it's an improvement, but I think it is potentially... I don't know if it's actually that much stronger. I don't think it's much different. Yeah, but Hilmy, then I'm just building the Whale Buster. That's not the same thing. That's the thing. I'm building Whale Buster then, so I might as well just build Whale Buster. But you need Cardiel for Whale Buster, and I don't have that. Lanicus doesn't have decreased defense and weaken. I'd have to run a decreased defense, weaken, interval slot. I think Ruella's fine. I don't think that's the problem here. That's fine. I had to manual a few turns because I put Cycle of Magic on Turvold, which is a bit dumb. We're not running any Blessings here as well, which kind of hurts it. I think it's fine. It was called Whale Buster because it was like really crazy speeds, right? That's what you got to remember. Whale Buster is a lot higher speeds than this, I think. Let me remember what Whale Buster speeds are. These are the speeds you'd be running in Whale Buster. They call it Whale Buster. I don't know why it's called that. It's basically designed only for whales. You're running multiple 295s. 325. And then you're relying on Ninja as your damage dealer, right? It's the ally attack. Like, the thing we've got people running, like, the reason why this does so much damage is Cardiel. Cardiel's passive, Cardiel's ally attack, Cardiel's increased speed. He is the key to this comp. If you don't have Cardiel, this team just doesn't work. But these speeds are quite high. Because you've got to remember, I'm running less speeds without an aura, basically. This would have the aura with it. So... yeah, exactly. That's why it was called the Whale Buster. I mean, you've got a 295 Cardiel, a 294 Lydia, and a 325 Demitha with a 19% aura. These are really high speeds. It works, don't get me wrong. There is adjustments to be made here as well. But, yeah. As I said, I don't think this team can beat that team just yet. It's pretty darn close. Let's have a look at Shemnath, shall we? Shemnath's not booked. I might have to waste all my legendary books. I mean, I've wasted, what, 14, 15? That's only like 35,000. I can farm 35,000 points in CBC. It's fine. It's not a problem. For content, this is more important. I actually think it might be better with Shemnath now. The only thing is I'd have to completely rebuild the entire team. Because what we would run is this. We'd run Elva at 292, Shemnath at 207 in Relentless. A 3-1, 207 Shemnath in Relentless. If it can work. Did Short get back to me? He did not. I've made Short run away. Yeah, Cardiel is... The thing is, you want... Cardiel's a bit like Brogni for the Infinity comp. He's really hard to build because you want him to have damage. Because he does a lot of damage. And especially Brogni in the Infinity comp, because the more damage he does, the bigger shield you get, and that's where you get your damage from Cadaver. So it's really hard because he has a low base attack. You need a certain amount of stuff with it as well. And it's the same thing with Cardiel. Yeah, I am. I'm closing the game so I don't waste a key. I don't know why we haven't had a free remake for Clan Boss yet. It's not like the technology's not already there. We're also waiting for some blessings in here, hopefully. Keeps baiting me with different things. I want an Elva. Where's Shemnath? Shemnath, I don't think has a blessing yet. I don't think I have a blessing for Shemnath. No. I'm unfortunate. Don't have a blessing for Shemnath. We do have a pretty tasty soul collection, though. Look at this. Look how many 5 stars I've got. Just sitting there. Anyone want a 5-star Grumbler? I don't know about that. What are you doing, animal? Settle down. Cat's deciding she's trying to get What are you doing? What? I keep them just because I don't know when I'm going to use them. And to be honest, 5-star for 26. Like, it feels like such a bad trade. I just don't really... Like, if I trade in all of these, I get 100 coins, where actually a rare with a 5-star blessing is pretty good, right? So maybe I might have a use for it in the future, so I just keep hold of it. It's the same with legendaries. I don't have half of these, but if I did, the chance of me getting another one of these is quite low, so I might as well keep hold of it. Like a Cardiel, you know? Yeah, she's kicking me off the chair because she wants to sit behind me. That's what she's doing. It's really quite annoying when she does this. Right, so Shemnath, go away. I'm not buying any more packs until 2025 because of the stupidity of it. So the only thing is we don't have masteries on Shemnath because I haven't built it yet. I wonder what accessories we've got. So it's Relentless refresh, right? So refresh rings would work fine here. Attack percentage. What have we got? Yeah. Oh, we have that option. What do we reckon there? That's interesting. Actually, 2 different options there. What do we go for? That gives me 700 attack. Actually, let's have a look how much it gives. So we want to go damage a 3. So let's see if this actually works, shall we? Let's see if I've coded this correctly or whether I've messed it up. So we want increase attack, doesn't have an aura because we're going to use the speed aura. So increase crit rate, increase speed, whatever. We don't really care about that. You can have as many buffs as you want. We're going to decrease defense, weaken. If I put another debuff on here, does it do more damage? No. So we're not increasing stats. Now, keep in mind, for the damage optimization, it doesn't really matter because crit damage is linear. So adding an extra 100% crit damage should make a difference in the calculations because it's just going to boost whatever the best build is by 100%. So it's okay. It doesn't really matter that it doesn't work. So that's fine. We probably want it on the A2 for damage. Stats wise, what would we need to be? 207 speed. Does that even work for Spirit? Look at that, it even works for Spirit. Does that work for Nightmare? Probably not. Do we have to do a 1 turn delay? Don't work for Nightmare. I'll have to figure out how to make that work for Nightmare. We probably have to run this faster, do we? Oh, look at that. If we run it at 212... I think we just need a different DPS for Nightmare Spirit. Right? Because if we run it at 212, on Nightmare Spirit it works. On Void it does not. Just run a DPS. Good night, Wicked. Brutal, how does that look? Brutal, it's fine at 207. I think we just run a different DPS for Nightmare on a different team. Basically. I think it works perfectly fine. We can just 1 turn delay it for Brutal here to get it into tune. And for Nightmare, we just run that. So 207 speed. We do need accuracy at 235. I'm running Mithru. Can you run the same team? Can I run Mithru? Right, so damage like that. Sorry, I'm getting distracted here again. What I wanted to do was have a look based on a base of 1553. That would add 824 versus 591. I don't know which one's better there. We'd get... Let's have a look at how much other revenge stuff we can get first. Because we don't really need speed, to be honest. We can basically run a really low build. We're probably looking at one of these builds up here, I guess. These are pretty poor. I know, right? Do you want to see pre-optimizer days? There's pre-optimizer days. Look at that.
Okay, onto the...
That's what it used to look like, guys. And now it looks like this. It's completely different, right? I'm running Mithru, meaning can you sub in Elva in that? Yes. So any team we are running Heiress, you can run Elva and then substitute your speeds down by 19%. She's a direct replacement. Critical damage. Oh my lord, look at that piece there. That might be insane. I don't think I've got... Oh, but I could take that piece. Oof. I mean, I get 115 attack versus none. But I would trade it for a revenge. I don't know. I don't know whether it's worth it. What I didn't check was, did I have any good accuracy banners in Revenge? But I don't think I do. I think it's better to run attack there rather than these. I do have a refresh, but I don't think that's worth it. So I think we're basically going to leave the attack banner open. Do I trade? The question is, guys, do I trade 115 attack for a revenge piece? 5% chance to counterattack. And then when it comes to rings, do I trade? What's the difference there? $824 for 591. So what's that? Round that up a little bit, round it down. So it's like 200 attack. So I could get double revenge for about 300 less attack. I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of damage. What we do? Right, let's build that first with that. Let's go with no revenge. And probably leave that open. Slots. We know we're going to want an attack banner. We'll leave accuracy open just in case. Stats 235 sets. Relentless. Relentless will be a problem because I don't know how strong my Relentless gear is. Like, I should have a look first. Whilst we're doing this, let me just go tell it to run a bit more, because we're going to need to awaken Shemnath, so we're going to need to go run some more potion keeps. We have 13 minutes to run some potion keeps. Auto refill. Just go run 25. Go. Hey, Nick. So what I just wanted to see is set Relentless. Do I have anything unrolled? Yeah, a few pieces. Not many though. Not many that are relevant. Most of them are pretty spot on. So we should be fine. So we're going to try Relentless first. We're going to glyph for a +3, +5 attack. And we're going to go +8 on the accuracy. We might increase the accuracy glyphs. What are we going to get? So, do you think acquiring Relentless past level 50 is a problem? Yes. Acquiring Relentless is one of the hardest things you can acquire. So the only thing I didn't check with this team was, is there ever a point when she runs out of crit rate buff if she extra turns, or is she okay as well? Crit rate buff, I think she's fine as well. Crit rate buff. Yeah, I think she's perfectly fine. I think it doesn't matter. Absolutely doesn't matter. Well, with the Revenge, she's going to be attacking 3 times, but she's also... Well, Revenge doesn't matter, right? So, if we have 10% chance to counterattack, the Clan Boss is going to attack us 50 times, or 49 times. So, 10% means we're going to get 5. Yeah, you're right, we're going to get 5, right, I guess. So, 5 times to attack. We'll have a look how hard her A1 hits. Just the first build. What I should have done was go configure, include everyone. I didn't even include my locked deadly position. Do we have block debuffs up all the time? I think we do. Yep. So we don't need steadfast. So we can go pinpoint accuracy, lore steal. Try that again. I basically snack on Woodsman. Tortilla wraps. I don't know why. It's a thing of mine. Fiction was just judging me on it. I have words for fiction. Ronda. We were doing a bit of damage assessment with Ronda earlier. Leave that like that. So what are we? A2. Let's just check the multipliers. That's fine. 2, 3, 2. How many times does Shemnath attack on the A2? Attacks one enemy 2 times. The second hit ignores buffs. So 2. And now we just need a rotation. So I'm updating my damage estimation spreadsheet to have a look what kind of numbers we're going to get here. Left border. One day we'll get an integration that does all this. It's pretty cool. So she goes A1, A2, A3, A1, A2, A3, A1, A2, A3. And we're going to do that 16 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. One. Is it 16? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then we're going to go A1, A2, A3, A1, A2, A3. So, Relentless is going to happen at 18% chance, right? Pineapple. I'm not a fan of Pineapple, I'll be honest. Elva's good in TT full protection set, high resist, same team with more to Uko. Yeah, probably. I think Elva's great in any setup. When you run a bolster, you could run her Defiant, you could run her in Guardian, you could run her in protection set, you could run her in Stone Skin, you can run her anyway. That's what we're going to do, Dutchy. I'm going to show you in a second. We're going to have a look. I'm just working on the averages here. I was saying he was judging me because he was like, why are you eating a tortilla wrap? He's not really judging me. Me and Fiction don't really judge each other much, to be honest. We're pretty chill. To be fair, probably eating pineapple is more healthy than a random tortilla wrap. It's more substance to it, right? So, extra turn mechanics, we are going to get 18% chance per turn, right? So because we're going 3-1, we actually get a lot more value out of Relentless than if we were going 2-1. So if we're going Relentless here, we're taking, right now, in total, 143 turns. So on average, we should do an extra 25 turns. And then there's also, I think, a chance I can double. Which I don't really know what the odds are. It's like 9%, right? So it's basically, there's 18% every time I take a turn that I'm going to get it. And then overall, there's like a 9% chance as well. So I'm not entirely sure what the odds are of it doing 18 plus 9. I think I get an extra like 1 or 2. But it's hard to tell. But we're not going to be able to include the Relentless damage here because I don't have enough space, right? So let me just show you this, guys. What we can do here, let me minimize this, is we can map out all of the attacks she is going to do. Okay, let me take out the bonus multiplier here. That's misleading. We're going to do all... This is how we basically estimate it, right? So we can know she's going to do A2, A3, A1, A2, blah, 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 blah. These are without Relentless. So we can basically look at it and go, okay, well, how much is A1 going to do? A1's about 150 to 167,000, but it'd be a counterattack. So if we wanted to know how much counterattack damage we would do, if we averaged 5 counterattacks with 10%, then we're talking... Revenge equals 6.2 or 625,000 extra damage. But let's put the actual damage build on here right now. So make sure this is still running. Has a habit of stopping on me. So we got a 6.5k build, 269% crit damage. And that, I think, was including all of my possible Relentless gear. Because he's even on a locked one there. So that's the damage profile we've got. It's picking me the ring. We've obviously decided that. And it's picking me an accuracy banner. So the banner's not even an attack banner because it's clearly saying you need accuracy in your build. What we could do is just use that as a base mark. So that is if... Is it 6'5", 6'2", 269%. But, as you're probably already telling me in chat, I forgot the 100% extra. Did I not? You won't counterattack on a stun turn when Shemnath has Veil. It is 2 out of 3 of only, so on average 2. Yeah, fine. Good point, Jeans. Excellent point. So we're in Relentless. Was that any Cruel gear? No, it was in Perception. Awesome. We're probably better running off Giant Slayer than War Master, I'd have thought. Yeah, Giant Slayer is better for her because she's a triple hitter. But obviously 269% is going to go to 369%, which makes a big difference to the damage. So that build is predicting 45 million damage on her alone. Don't you start fiction. Behave. And this is obviously without any Phantom Touch, any benefits. So 45 million. Now, if I was to basically say, drop that build. So if we just equip this build for a second here. Decided it doesn't want to do that because there's that build and that. So that's the build we got. 6.3, 2.59. Obviously, we need to glyph it up to get it to the right mark. Now, if we were to basically take this and this, where is it? Crit damage, that. So we'd be at 6.0 and 259. And we said it was only 3, right? So the 3 was around about 442,000. If we change it to 60442259. 359. We said it's 45 million. It's 42. Yeah, 100% correct. Better to get the gear than it is to get the better to use the higher attack percentage for sure. As you say, we're only going to get 3 potential attacks. Although Revenge does feel like it procs far more often, I gotta say. It feels like you get a lot more than 3. When we get better Revenge, we could possibly do it. But I mean, it's very hard to get a better amulet than that. It's very hard to get a better ring than that. It's like, it low rolled, but it's pretty good. You know, you're not going to get much better than that. Right, what I wanted to do quickly was do this one more time, but actually push this up to, like, say, 14. Push this build a little bit. Push that to 4. We don't really have the glyphs for it. I just want to see what it will do. Does revenge trigger on each attack during Infinity? I don't know. Maybe. Let's find out. Believe it or not, the artifact set is not called Revenge. It's probably called Counterattack, I guess. Or was it called Revenge? But I was looking for literal. Nope. So it's going to be called Counterattack. Why is it not finding the artifact set? Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong place. Duh. Looking at the wrong file. 1004. Does skill ID 1003. And that skill ID does... So on any attack, so long as you haven't already counterattacked, and the owner is the rated effect, and phase 53, which is... After the damage has been dealt. So anytime you receive damage, you can counterattack. So I think... it may be after every single individual attack. But it could be just an overall attack. Because it's targeted relation producer of effect. So it targets themselves. And it goes, if the owner is the related effect target, hasn't counterattacked, and isn't the producer of the effect, on any 6,000 attack after damage has been received, you have roll a chance to basically counterattack. So I don't really know. It's hard to tell sometimes with some of the coding. So this, if I push the speed a little bit with different glyphing options, I could get to 6710271. If I decided I wanted to go a little bit lower on the accuracy, I don't know how low we can really go with accuracy. Because she isn't going to get anything from her buffs. You know, she's not going to get any of the passive from here. Because the enemy is never going to have a buff. Except maybe when it does, but it's still not that much. So that's really not a match. So we can't really factor that in. She hasn't got an aura. We're using the speed aura, so that's not going to be a factor. So it really depends on how much we want to RNG it a little bit. Like 235 is kind of pushing it. Like I could push it to like a max 16, but that's really extreme, I think. Hey Smurf. So yeah, I feel like because we're requiring Relentless, we are probably maxing the build out here. Because we need the 233 accuracy. It's still a strong build. Like, we're talking 6.7k attack, 271% crit damage. It's still really strong. We do have the master... I'm pretty sure we have the multiplier. Yeah, we have Laura Steel. We have crit rate, crit damage. We set it up all correctly. I don't think we have... I Oh, RNG. Do we think we're going to get something in the altar? What do we reckon, guys? Elva Autumnborn. Ah! Damn it. It's a 4-star Elika, though. Can't afford it, but it's a 4-star Elika. Damn it. It's close. It's a close one. I don't even think I've got enough that many soul coins, so I don't even think I'll be able to get another one from... Oh, look, we can get another one of our Ronda chase pieces. What is that? It's alright, actually. We'll see what it rolls. It's alright, we'll keep it. Oh, by the way, guys, I kind of quad-rolled another stalwart piece. I don't know how, but I did. Right, so let me just check my Relentless pieces here. Do we have any that could make a difference? Probably not. Probably not. No. 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 I know, right? Seriously. I must be... I don't know how I've managed to get so lucky lately. It's crazy. Just checking if there's any pieces here that could roll in. That could roll interesting, but it's not got any crit rate. Ooh, that could be big. I'm looking for pieces that could be build defining. Like that could be build defining. That won't be. I might 16 this. Don't use all my silver. Oh, well, it went crit damage. Might change the build. Yeah, I don't sell much Relentless because it's so hard to get hold of any good Relentless. I tend to keep most of it. Relentless, Relentless, Relentless. Where is it? Yeah, we've got some nice pieces that I have on different... Like this one, it could be, but there's no speed on it, so I don't think... Like that could be defining. I'm a bit low on silver, so I'm trying not to burn too much. See, that's roll crit rate. That's not going to matter. I'm just looking for some pieces here, just in case there's anything that I've got on people, which could potentially be really, like, it could change the build. Like, maybe that changes if it rolls crit rate, but it's a bit of an RNG, to be honest. We're not going to risk it on that. No. I think the only questionable one would be is if that rolled like crit rate or speed. Does it change the build? Oof, that was expensive. I roll flat HP. What a waste of silver. Just wasted 4 million silver there. Right, anyway, live refresh. Max that. How many magic pots did I actually get? 6. Well, that's going to be tight. Got enough to do 1. Right, while that's cracking on, let's just get him hitting some of this. You hit that for... You're still doing something. Go hit that for 10. Off you go. Right, so 230, 207. Let's just put the amulet back on. Talking about that one, that one. Right, we'll just see if any of those upgraded pieces does make the big change. So what we're working on right now, Smurf, for anyone who's just joined, anyone who's still here, it is late, but you know what I'm like. I'm always here late these days. We're building this tomb. What we realized through many different iterations tonight is that Elva Autumnborn will only buff the leader, which kind of is a problem for, I would say, it's kind of a problem for Turvold. So what we were looking for is, I was just looking at different champions. I happened to notice that Shemnath increases enemies' durations of debuffs and increases her own buffs. So because she increases her own buff duration, we think she can run Relentless. Well, I think she can run Relentless here rather than not, because we always have speed buff up, but we also can fully stack the enemy's debuffs, which means Shemnath's passive, which is 100% extra crit damage for every debuff, or 5% for every debuff, up to 100% on the enemy, she can run with 100% more crit damage. Potentially could be really strong. So that's what we're testing. I don't really notice the red dots. Everyone says maybe I'm just accustomed to it. I just don't notice the red dots anymore. So it's basically picking the same pieces, but now that I've rolled crit damage, just rolling more crit damage. But what would I have to do here? I'd have to basically get like a +4 speed there. I need a +12 accuracy here. I wouldn't need to glyph too much. You know, obviously if I got a better banner, would be really good. I think that's a good build. I think we try that. Oh, look at that. 4 potions. I'm actually wasting so many clan versus clan points here. It's unbelievable. Because ascending is another 2,500. I've wasted about 40,000 clan versus clan points tonight. But I may not be able to run this tonight because I've run out of silver. Basically, I'm running out of silver. Which is a shame because I would really like to run this tonight. But I don't know if I can. Only good thing is it's a non-personal, right? So I don't need to use my burst, but it's just going to affect my burst potential the next burst we have. But hey, content. Content trumps anything else, right? We may be stealing the Seeker boots, which I didn't really factor in here. Speed, crit rate, attack percentage. Crit damage, speed, attack percentage. That's the problem with Raid. I always want to do so much, and I have like the part of my brain is saying I should wait, but the other part of my brain is saying just burn it all. If I take that off him now, I can't run that team again, so I'd have to rebuild the entire team. It's fine. And then we'd run crit rate, crit damage, attack, speed. I'm out of silver. Of course I am. Aye. I might have to buy clan shop silver again. I've been doing it far too much. Sorry, Jeans. Well, the problem is I'm going to have to rebuild the entire teams. I don't like the problem is, Kessel, is I don't like burning a lot of gems to make clan versus clan points up. So normally I'll sit on like 70,000 burst for my books. But if I use all my books now, I don't know how much I'm going to have by the next personal clan versus clan. I don't normally use them in non-personal. I could just sit out a window and just take a breather, because to be honest, I wouldn't mind doing that. I'll have to talk with our clan leader, see if I can sit out one window, take a breather. It's not Kessel, but I have so much of it, I don't think it matters. I agree, swapping gear is really expensive. I don't know why we can't have like a permanent 50%. Like, it's just too expensive. I also think gear doesn't sell very well. Oh, I shouldn't have sold that, that was worth keeping. I'm done. Yes, go away, Forge Pass. We could also come into Forge Pass and craft some things to sell some stuff if we need. But I have like 9,000 clan gold, so I'm not stretched at all. Because the clan shop has been pretty poor lately. So buy a bit of this. It's not a great conversion rate, but at least we can finish building Shemnath. Right, so we now need to awaken him, which means we need potions. How much is it? It's like 6, isn't it, for the next one up after this? So I need another 8. I think 7, right? Just go hit spirit. Yep, Castle, you're right. Everyone has normalized the behavior around it because it is what it is. The thing is, I also struggle as well because I do a lot of different things for content. And I don't get any perks or anything for that. So I'm basically doing what you guys do every day, playing the game, but also making lots of content and burning gems, doing masteries and a bunch of other things. Like I burned 1,500 gems the other day just doing masteries. What's a good way to feast for some training points? Soul Bond. Yeah, Soul Bond's a great one for training rooms. Judge, Elhane. I don't think the Kate Pathfinder's not too bad either. You could also do Kurzad's not a bad option. Gnarlhorn's a great option, yeah. Trying to think what rares that I've got. We got Frozen Banshee is a good option. Heiress, Paragon, Renegade, Cold Hearts, Marquess is a good option. Painkeepers. Ogren Jailer's an awesome DPS. Berserker. War Maiden. Doom Screech is not a bad option. Ironclads. Fleshmongers. Fleshmonger's a very good one for the secret rooms because he's an AoE decreased defense. He's not a bad option. Well, CVC is a priority because you get reaction gear, which is very valuable. Plus, the personal rewards gives you a bunch of energy. Like I got 2,400 energy and sacred shards from it. So you get a lot of rewards. The actual clan rewards for tier 6 are very good as well. Like you can pick up epic books. You get clan gold, very good. Yes, need that. Oh look. Shemnath. And we're going to waste 2,500 clan versus clan points to ascend it. We need 2 more. Yeah, I mean, strategies are happening now where people are tanking. Like, if this is a non-personal, the next one, they're tanking. The only thing I don't like about non-personal is kind of like, if it's a personal, your next tier is based on the last one. So if you want to sit out a clan versus clan, you have to sit out a non-personal one, not a personal one. Otherwise, the next personal you do, you're not going to be at tier 6. So you're almost like in a deficit. So if you want to sustain your tier 6 status, you always have to consistently post 400,000 points. Otherwise, you're not going to be in tier 6. Which kind of sucks. And then to get the rewards, you have to hit the same 400,000 again. So it's just a big investment. Oh, was that enough? Or am I one short? Oh, perfect. There we go. Right. 2,500 points wasted. The only good thing is I got a burst of legendary books that I would not normally have got because I did get one of the Black Friday packs like ages ago. Like at the start of Black Friday. So to some extent, I'm a little bit ahead of the curve. Normally I'd only have like 5 books. So it doesn't matter if I burn a lot of books at the moment. Probably it's not the end of the world. It should just be like a linear 5% chance, 50k expense for swapping gear, shouldn't it? We shouldn't have to pay such an expense. I think that's the one we wanted, wasn't it? Not that one, not that one. We didn't roll that. But I don't think that's going to be worth it because we need the speed. If it was epic, it'd be different, but... So we're going to go with that one. Obviously, we need to 60 it to get enough accuracy. We need to glyph. Pray. Oh, so that's good enough. Hey, Chaos Blade. I'm still awake. Good night, Jeans. To be honest, guys, I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do this because it's quite late here, and we'd have to re-gear the entire team. Well, we could basically put her in at the highest speed, but not at the speeds that we've got here because everyone else is gonna be out of tune. It's gonna be out of whack. That was not good. That's better. 3, 3, 3. 3, 203. How much would one speed set give us with Laura Steel? Because we don't have Laura Steel yet. We actually don't need the crit rate mastery. So we can go attack mastery instead. Yeah, I have 2 Seekers. I don't know if I took it off the main Seeker or the secondary Seeker. I took it off the main Seeker. What did I take off? Let's compare. I took 12% crit rate and 6 and 9 speed. So I need to replace... That was 6 speed. That's 6 speed. It doesn't have to be in that. It can be in perception. That's way too much speed. We need 9 speed. 10 speed. That's probably fine. Let's go with that. 209. Perfect. Well, he's replaced. 67 million speed. I love that much silver. Right, where was Shemnath? Right, we're at 203 speed. We would get Laura Steel, which would give us 12% more speed on a base speed of 100. So that's... what was it? We're getting... 12 speed. Laura Steel would give us 15% of 12. So that would give us 1.8. So it would be 2.204. I think I'm too short on speed here. I think that needs to be a glyph to +3. Gets us to 204. We need to be minimum 207. And we're 204 right now. We would get to like... we need to be 207 with Laura Steel. Do you have Romantu? I don't think I have Romantu. Yes, I do have Romantu. So I need, like, 2 speed, I think. Because even if I glyph that, it's only be 2... even if I get Laura Steel, it's only be 205. Which kind of sucks. I need 2 speed, which means glyphing these two to +4, but I don't have the glyphs. Or finding better gloves, which... that's going to be impossible. That's awkward as heck. Let's just run it quickly back through. I need to refresh. Let's just run it back through quickly without any glyphs on for... oh, I also need to glyph you, like... crap tons, right? There you go. Do I have any other accuracy substat rolls? No. 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 So it's basically, it's getting the entire accuracy from Great Hall, base accuracy, and the amulet and the banner. That's kind of nuts. So I need speed, none, attack, 5. Roll that up to like 30. Yeah, the problem is if I run him at 204, he's not... yeah, the aura coming in here with Demitha's aura. We'd need to bring all of these champions down So we'd have to re-gear all of these. Plus, for it to work, we only need one Toxic gear. I mean, do we even just take Seeker and Ruella out of Toxic and just run Elva as Toxic? It's questions. Questions. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do this tomorrow. Look at the damage difference here. I lose a lot. Yeah, that's it. I need silver. I need to do masteries on Shemnath. I then need to re-gear the entire team. And it's already half past midnight here. So I think we might do a bonus stream tomorrow to basically test this out. Because if I run this team, it's going to be a lot less damage. Like this build. It adds up. Tomorrow's Thursday. So Thursday. I think we normally stream on Thursday anyway. It'll give me a chance to get some masteries. I kind of need... I don't care about booking this, per se. I need this booked. So we could get lucky with 4 books. Don't really care about that. 20% damage is important, though. I'd love a blessing on some of these champions as well. But yeah, so one thing I'm thinking about here. Oh, look, we get a legendary book today. There's a look. There you go. I let you pro streamer. I forgot. We get a legendary book from the advanced quest. That's going to help. So that's going to help us. So what did I want to do quickly? What I wanted to have a quick look at here is... in terms of the damage here, where is the damage being spread? So Demitha, Ruella, Seeker is set up correctly. We've obviously got a Relentless Shemnath, which is going to be built in this build here, which is 6,586, 268. So it's 368. 386 or 368? 368. So Shemnath's going to do about 46 million. So the question really is, who becomes the toxic champion? Because we only need one now. Yeah, Chaos. Basically, we're assuming that this is always going to be stacked. So we get an extra 100%. So it's effectively 368%. And we'll stack it pretty quickly. So it's probably going to be like a million shy of that 46 million. Roll ranges and different things. But we only need one poison champion, right? So we're going to have... if we think of how the clan boss is going to work... let's assume, if we're looking at this tune... by turn 6, or we could probably go even less than that, because if we had Elva, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So she would have attacked 9 times by about turn 5. By about turn 6, I think Elva, only as a poisoner, would have got herself, would have got the toxic stacked up, right? It's so hard, Kessel. This is why I code really late at night often. It's really bad. But all I'm looking at is the damage potentially, skill damage-wise, right? Who's going to hit harder? Well, Elva's going to be the highest speed, so she's always going to be in the weakest build. We've got her at the moment at, say... if we were to just test this now and go, who is... let me just check who I've got locked. Like, I could unlock Jintora, actually, because I'm not using him anymore for Clan Boss. Fushan. Like, Necmo's obviously running some Relentless gear, but I don't want to touch my Necmo. To be honest, none of these are high damage builds anyway, so it's not so bad. Like, if I look at who's got Relentless... Is Geo hogging any high damage Relentless? No. And I think Ninja's not hogging any high damage Relentless either. They're hogging speed and resistance more than anything else. So I just want to check who I have got locked out at the moment. That may have been in Clan Boss. Demitha's locked out. She may not need as many speed pieces, see? We might not need to go as hardcore on Demitha's build. It's always difficult to know which champions you rebuild in order. Like Ruella, for example. Or we can take all the toxic gear off her if we run it on Elva. So that's fine. So let's just go to Elva here. Max damage. Let's go damage mode A1, configure. We're going to include everything from here. We're now going to say we want it in toxic. She needs to be... Let's reset that one. Let's just start again. Damage mode A1. Include that one. Steadfast, Laura Steel, Battle, Boss, 250, 1292, 00. Decrease defense, weaken, increase attack, increase crit rate. With the aura, she only needs to be 292. No accuracy needed, nothing else. Don't really have any better accessories. We just want her to be in toxic gear. Well, my secret at the moment is 5,000 attack mark. It's a lot higher. So if we're running Secret Elva, we're looking at like 3k attack, 205 crit damage, right? So she would be doing, because this is set up for her at the moment, about 13 million. And if we consider the toxic, let's just assume toxic is fully stacked by turn 6. It may not be, because she needs like 75% chance. 1, 2, so she's going to attack 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 attacks. It could be. It could be stacked by then. So we've got 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 times 3. So we've got 42 plus 2. So we have 44, roughly around about 44 turns where we'll have, if we assume 10 debuffs, decrease defense and weaken, but nothing else, right? Decrease defense and weaken, but nothing else. 8 toxics. So 8 times 250, 25,000. Times that by 44. So it should be 8.8 million. Am I right? Is that with a bit of extra? Is that correct calculation? 25,000. We'll have 8 toxics because we're going to have decreased defense, weaken, and that's all we're going to have on the boss. Because nobody else brings any more debuffs other than that. It'll obviously go down if we bring Brimstone. But potentially, we might not be able to support Brimstone in this team because you can't extend it. So we get 8.8 million. I don't know why these guys are saying like 5.4. It's probably because obviously I'm accounting for how often we can keep it up. So I think it's better probably to run Elva Autumnborn as the toxic champion. I know she only hits once. What do you guys think? Open forum. Who should be the toxic champion? We only need one. I do have some pretty good toxic gear. You know, if I look at my toxic gear here. Show set. Toxic. Oops. Speed. And we take the boots out. You know, we do have 1, 2, 3 triple roll. 4 triple rolls for speed. One of them's 5-star. Well, Elva's speed... Demitha's going to be difficult because she hasn't got a good base speed. You know, Demitha's only 104 base speed, so I don't think Demitha can be the toxic champion. I think Elva... It's either Elva or Seeker, I would say. Yeah, I think that's correct, Jeans. I don't think I can get Brimstone in here either. If I could extend Brimstone, yes, but I can't. So... You know, this is my Seeker right now. I think he's really strong. 5k attack, 246% crit damage, 209 Seeker in Toxic with 1 Revenge. I could. But let's just have a quick check here, right? Battle, 207. That's the best banner. Yeah, that's fine. Sets, reset, glyphs, 5 attack. Oh, it's found a lot for some reason. It's found a lot of builds. I don't know why it's found so many there. I took the banner out. I mean, probably... Like, that's the best ring I've got, I think. That would give me 39 attack, 7% crit damage. But I'd be trading Revenge, or I could go for that one, which is not so good. The ring's definitely the best one, so we can take the ring out. Let's try again. I'm on end game ratings, Dutchy, but I am looking at reworking some of the algorithm for the ratings to improve some pairings and different things. Yeah, Mark, easily. I have no stress. I used to run a 297 ARS, 100% crit rate in Toxic. For context, and ARS base speed is awful. There's no difficulty getting the speeds, it's whether or not it's worth it. So, the top result here... We didn't lock Shemnath or Seeker, although... We'll probably rebuild ARS at Elva. Yeah, it's quicker now because I took out a bunch of different options. I sped it up. We're only down to like 131 billion now. Just goes to show if you just like weed out some of the artifacts, you know you're definitely not going to use it, it'll speed it up. Right, so it's recommending this build, which is basically a lot more damage. We can check it on the Excel. What is it? 5.3311. Seeker. If I take him out of Toxic and just put him in other, that have any cruel? Oops. No. So he was 515529. He was doing around about... I don't know why it's saying blessing damage there. Oh, because I need to change it to cruelty. Heh. So if I do that right. So he's doing about 23.9 million in his old build. In his new build now. Why can't I see it? 5.3311. So 5300, 311. That would make him deal 27. So what's that's like 4 million more damage. Ruella wise, obviously this is going to be a big difference because the speed comes down a lot. Right now Ruella's at like 272. I can run her at 242. I probably need to do this. Well, yeah, Mark, I'm basically trying to figure out who would be the best person to put Toxic on. Like, look at the Ruella change. It's going to be nuts, the Ruella damage difference, I think. Because she can run a lot slower. She doesn't have to be in Toxic. I think she's going to be absolutely mental. And this is really not with an attack banner either. This is with pretty, like, limited options. I've got lucky that I managed to get a pretty good amulet and a pretty good ring with Ruella so far. The banner's not terrible. Like a revenge banner, 6-star accuracy with double roll speed and attack percentage roll is pretty good. But it's not perfect. Like Ruella is going to be a huge difference. Ruella 100% shouldn't be the toxic target, I think. Because that's a 6.1k 289. Right now she's doing about 31 million damage. How many cruel would be in this? No cruel. It's funny how it doesn't even recommend cruel anymore now that I've got so much, like, defense reduction. So we're comparing 25 million. 6.1, 289. Let's just call it that. To 31. So 32... to 25. So if I take them both out of Toxic, I'll gain about 10 million damage. Elva going into Toxic. Like, I would imagine if I try to do Elva without Toxic... I know, I'm just doing that last check. What Mastery on Aurelia if Phantom, it should boost hits also. Yeah, Phantom Touch. I've got Phantom Touch on her, I think. Like, the thing with Elva is she's going to be difficult to scale because she has a bad base attack. So if anyone's ideal for it, the one with the least amount of base attack. You know, we're talking 3, 2, 9, 1, 2, 4, 6 versus... 246, so 3291. So she's at 19 million with a toxic set. If I take the toxic set off her, her skill damage is 13.7. If I add this build, which is 3.3, 246, we're gone 13.7 to 16. So she's only getting like an extra 2 million. Seeker's getting like 4 million and Ruella's getting like 6 million. So it's got to be Elva, right? It's got to be Elva, right? The only thing about Elva is she's not going to be able to stack it up as quickly. Which I don't suppose is a problem because we're going to be extending debuffs permanently. But because she only attacks once, Toxic set is per attack. 75% chance. Is it? It's not per attack, is it? Toxic is one. Toxic is just overall 75% chance. And I could opt to run, as crazy as it sounds, I could get more masteries and run Sniper just to get it going quicker. But I think that's a bit silly. Don't judge me, Fiction. Don't judge me. I got carried away again. But I think I think Elva's the right one because I think 75% chance. If we look at the odds here in this speed tune, she's going to basically attack once, twice. Like if we think how many we need 8 poisons. 8 poison applications at 75%. That's going to need like 10 attacks, right? We need like 10 attacks, basically. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So by around about end of turn 6, we should be fully stacked. I think by around about the end of turn 7, we should be fully stacked up, which means, to be honest, for the majority of the speed tune, we should be okay, right? Because Shemnath's going to open A2 here. We could probably delay Shemnath's A2, so we open with A1. Doesn't really matter where we put the A2, right? So that doesn't really matter. We'll have Relentless as well. So yeah, so I think we basically build Elva Autumnborn in Toxic. We rebuild Ruella and Seeker in true full damage. We rebuild all those speeds down. We basically rebuild Demitha's speed down. I mean, we didn't even look how much more damage Demitha's going to be able to get. You know, she's running at 345 speed right now. Well, we don't need her to be running at 345 speed. She can go all the way down to 323. You know, she's got a pretty insane banner. We can't get much better than that. Pretty good setup here. The only way this gets better is if we run something like that. Or Boltsmith. We could probably put Boltsmith on it, actually, for a bit more extra attack. Yeah, but what's handy, Mark, is she's got 110 base speed. So it solves a lot of the problems. I struggled to do it with Ares, trying to get it to 315 in Toxic because she has such a bad base speed. But Elva is going to be pretty easy because I have some pretty strong Toxic. Yeah, exactly, Dutchy. I think you're right there. You know, Elva's... Demitha here is going to go up a huge amount of damage. Huge. She only attacks once, but it's still enough. You know, right now Demitha is at this build. That's now 3. So Demitha was doing about 7.4 million damage. In her new build, we're increasing this by about 33%. So she's going to go to 3.3. So we started at... What was it? 7.5. And she's going to go 229. Assuming she's not taking any pieces from other people. So she's going to add 2 million damage herself. So just changing the gear up there is going to be about 10 million to like begin with. It's a shame once we get like Phantom Touch on everyone, it'll be crazy, right? we'll have to put Phantom Touch on. Like, what's the potential here? If we put Phantom Touch on Shemnath, which would be another, like, 500 attack, 240% crit damage, 25% crit damage, goes up to 62. Because that's the thing with Phantom Touch. She's going at 3-1. So, you've got 33% more Phantom Touch procs. You know, if we basically took her current build that we're planning on putting her in, and put it up to 7100, another 25% crit damage, you know, crit here. Ugh. 75 million damage on a Shemnath. It's a bit gross. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit disgusting. And that's what we got to remember with that 75 million. That's not assuming any refresh procs, like any Relentless. That's just his standard. We take these away. Okay, we lose a little bit of damage. But one sort of rotation here, it's like not a million. And we said we would basically take somewhere between... If we had 143 actions and we took 0.18, we'd be taking 25 extra abilities. So that would be... And I think you get a 1 or 2 extra chances to double proc. So I would assume there's like 3 extra chances to double proc. So anywhere from here, Relentless should give me another 9 to 10 million. I can't wait to try this. It's pretty much on par with Turvold. Keep in mind though, Turvold would have benefited from Phantom Touch as well. I'm assuming she's a fully stacked out Phantom Touch. Otherwise, it's only 53. Just goes to show you what a 6 out of 6 Phantom Touch can do. It's going to add 10.5 million damage at 6 out of 6. That assumes the averages, so obviously you get a guaranteed plus 35% chance. If we were just doing it as on its own, it would be 7.8 million. It's quite insane. But the only disappointing thing is if we run this, we won't be able to get Brimstone in here, which I'd love to get on Elva. Because as soon as the Brimstone falls off, unless, well, Mark, seeing as though you're like theory crafting this with me here, if she's 6 out of 6 Brimstone, then as long as she can reapply the Brimstone before she applies the Toxic set, then technically I could run Brimstone as well if she was 6 out of 6. Massive if, of course. Because every time she takes a turn, because she's going so many turns, there's never a situation at 6 out of 6 where she doesn't have it back off cooldown. Because, you know, she's going to go 1, 2, so it's going to go 3 turn, 2 turn, 1 turn, it's off cooldown already. So by the time it comes off here, she's going to reapply it. As long as she's the only Toxic champion, I could run 6 out of 6 Brimstone. Anyway, guys, it's so late tonight, and I got way carried away there. So much for building this team out. I don't even think I've run Nightmare today. Yeah, I could 1 star could just do it, right? But the problem with the team will be, the moment it doesn't do it, it probably is going to fall off. I don't even think I've run Nightmare today. I don't even know if I can run Nightmare now that I've broken the build. Because I took gloves off him, didn't I? I mean, that's another question. Which one will proc first? I need... How much speed did I need for that Turvoldy build? Do I even have that open still? 242. 20 speed. Crit damage. Crit rate, speed. That was the piece. So he needs 22 speed. Ooh, that's close at 19. How much crit rate does he need? Probably a bit. It's too much speed. Although it would be enough crit rate, right? I'll do. It's probably going to break, but maybe we kill it quick enough before we die. Yeah, good one, Bright. If you've survived this long in my building a clan boss team and all this, congratulations. I'm not trying to be Victor Test doing like 15-hour streams doing Infinity comps, but we are here. The thing is, Mark, there's no harm in putting it on, right? Because I don't know what stats do you get for Brimstone? Get HP, accuracy, speed. So the stats are not great. This team did 150 million, Smith. First time. I saved a screenshot somewhere. There you go. That's what I did the first time. Pretty strong. What's Nightmare again? 40 million, right? I wonder if I can get to 40 million before the team dies here. It's a bit of an ask, really. Last time I scraped it. At least we've got to revive to try and keep it going. God, this song's awful. I don't know what the hell that was. But that song was absolutely awful. Pirate music to end it. Oh, I know, right, Mark? I don't understand the need for things like Doom Tower aura or like Faction Wars aura. It's just annoying. I don't know track, but it's awful. The question is, can this hit 40 million? Because that's the goal. It's not a tune at all, this. It's literally just, can we smash it as hard as possible? I mean, it looks possible. We're at turn 9. We're already halfway there. If we can get a couple more juggernauts, like big monstrous ones. Yeah, Jeans, but I think... It depends, right? Who knows? I think if it's like 5-star, it's not so bad. What's the odds, like a 5-star Brimstone? 70% chance? It's much better, right? I think it's a 5-star, I think it's okay. Never know, I might get lucky, I might pull a 6-star Elva. One can dream. Because if we can get a 6-star Brimstone always up alongside poisons, yes, we lose 1 poison. So we would go from 8 to like 7. So we lose 1.1 million. But a 6-star Brimstone would be 8.33 million. So we'd be basically swapping 1 million poison damage for 8.3 million team damage. So it would be way better. No. I've bought a few Stone packs, but only the ones that were really, really good value. You know, the ones that were like 30 tier 1 and 3 tier 2s for like £15. It's not too bad. But to be honest, I'm going to stop spending for a while. I just feel like it's got out of hand completely. Elva was my last big kind of splurge. I'm not going to do any more because I feel like I need to get it back under control a little bit. This run is looking a bit sketchy. We're going to have to do this build tomorrow because otherwise I won't be able to run Clan Boss. The stun targeting works great in this team. Yeah, Mark, but are you ever filling your turn meter bar with poisons, though? I did find when I ran Gintoro, it was perfectly fine to have it up a lot of the times. Sometimes there was not enough space, but generally the poisons fell off to give it space. I think the problem with the Shemnath team is going to be there's never going to be a chance for the poisons to fall, because it's always going to have the debuffs up fully. I know, right? I should have just put Val in here for extra damage. Whoa! We've lost one. Don't worry, Elva's going to keep him alive. I forgot to revive. It's fine. It's fine. Come on, big DPS. There we go. Block damage. This is really blimmin' close. I think we got it. I think it's good. I think we're good. Easy. Don't know what you're stressing about. Yeah, that's it, Mark. But I think as long as she's 6 out of 6, it'll be fine, right? So if I get to 6 out of 6, it's fine. And there's like literally really no harm in having the Brimstone anyway, because Phantom Touch would be nice on it, but it's not the end of the world. This wouldn't have worked on Nightmare anyway, this team. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to get to... Yeah, I just needed to get there. We did. We won keyed. It's fine. Elva's a beast. Not even level 60. Look at her go. Look at her go. She can't out-heal a Demitha, though. Cool. Right, so... the plan is, then... farm lots of blimming silver... with what I've got left over here. Get masteries on Shemnath. Then tomorrow, we're going to re-gear all the team again. And see what a Shemnath team can do. Should be fun. But I think once I get Elva at 6 out of 6 blessings, then obviously, you know, I think Brimstone will be fine in the team. But I think even if I get one Brimstone off at the start, that's 250,000 damage for 2 turns. So that's 500,000. That's already half of what one Toxic will do. So, you know, it's basically one proc of Brimstone is effectively the same damage as if I had Brimstone on all the time. But it's the same as if I had no Brimstone at all for all the Toxic, because the way the Toxic translation works, right? You lose 1 million damage from poisons, you gain 8.3 million, but if I only have it proc once or twice, then I'm breaking even, so it's fine. Yeah, so I think we're going to be streaming again tomorrow pretty badly. What can I say? But so far, Elva, freaking solid, right? It's a bit annoying, this like passive and A1 of Discovery. I gotta say, I'm really annoyed with that. But I think actually Shemnath might become a better tune. And more fun, actually. I think it could be really interesting to see how it works. I've been wanting to do something with this champion for ages because it does look cool. We'll call it the... I don't know what we'll call it. What does Nubs call Shemnath again? The tower DPS or something? The statue? I'll need to come up with a name for this team, like an Elva Ruella. I know. Statue of Nuke. I'll have to come up with a clever name for this team. Very posing, isn't it? Right, guys, I need to go get some food and rest and wake up tomorrow. We've got some cool stuff to do tomorrow. I will catch you tomorrow around about 8 p.m. same time. And we're going to do this all over again. Somewhere in the corner, Fiction screaming. Get some rest, break, probably. If he's not already still lurking here. Myth Stature. That's a good one. Well, I was thinking of doing it around Ruella. So I was going to call it Ruella de Born. A bit like Ruella, you know. Cruvel. What is it? What's the Ruella de Vil or Cruella de Vil? Something like that. Ruella de Born. Elva Nath. We can call it Myth Nath. Yeah, Cruella de Vil. I was thinking Cruella de Born because you got Ruella in it. But yeah, we'll see. Anyway, guys. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Daisies blooming, sundress swaying in the breeze. I can't stop staring. You've put a spell on me, and I hope that you never decide to set me free. The way you're moving, it's got me moving my own feet. The greatest feeling that I could ever dare to dream.